望まれて愛されて別な光を見せて星光系全て抜け駆けをしないで止めないで高鳴り鏡には継ぎはぎノイズか心揺らして眩しさは狂い始める段取りエコー剣をヘイトあったよ覚えなど夢見てても起きてなきゃ意味がない傷ついても立たせ彼様で音響かせ踊らせて強がり欲張りで華麗にせひたむけ嘘だらけちょっと酸素のパーティーこの肺は蒸気を意して吸い付きてもえぬ恋はなピーピーパー生体のピーパー水をまとめてケラケラです海でピーピーパーおうちのピーパーブレスの支配にケラケラです息止まんないよ
Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing today? Today is another Call of Duty League watch party. Week 3, and actually no, for me it's day 16. For but this is the week 3 of the Major 2 qualifier matches. And I do apologize for did say I was gonna stream on the week last week, but I wasn't but due to just obviously having to be with family and such, kind of just didn't want to. I just kind of didn't want to just felt too tired and didn't want to feel. Didn't want to do a stream where I was very tired and playing games and potentially me getting very salty, so kind of didn't want. So I just kind of, just not streamed. And I did want to move it to Monday. If y'all saw my Twitter, unfortunately that didn't happen because of, just schedule wise, what's going on in real life, in my IRL and such. So I wasn't able to do a lot. But I do hope to do a aftermath stream tomorrow. So we'll see. I do hope that you all enjoyed today's watch party and see who the matches that'll be happening, and see who is gonna kick ass or who's gonna get their ass slammed. And there's a reason why I didn't want to stream yesterday was because of the just 2 matches and saw the results, just 3-0 piss slams. So yeah, that stream wasn't gonna happen at that point. So it is what it is. I'm just gonna change. Oops. All right. Oops. Give me a close tab. But yeah, today's matches are going to be Boston versus Las Vegas, and then Carolina versus Texas, Seattle versus LA Gorillas. I definitely know. I'm pretty sure that this one's going to be one-sided, and this match is going to be battled out, and then Seattle versus LG. Seattle got the ass kicked again. No surprising. I mean, it was. I mean, yesterday's matches were Boston, LA. Seattle versus Toronto, and then Minnesota versus FaZe, and both of those, and both were 3-0s, obviously. So wasn't that much enjoyment to make do. So it's kind of not. So that's the reason why I didn't want to. I didn't care about streaming, just because of that. So. But yeah. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure you all saw the so many issues that have been going on lately with Modern Warfare 3, specifically ranked, and it's just there's so many cheaters going on that um there's so many cheaters going on that it's just like, I don't know. And then there's so much bullshit that's going on in COD that it's like, well, if like Activision doesn't want to do anything to, or like put more money on making a better energy, which is clearly not working, it's like the cheat there it's like the cheats are so fucking advanced than the anti-cheat that it's using AI to predict when the AI decides to do its job and whatever. And it's like, bro, so we have an AI versus AI happening. It's like, it's like, I question the developers, and I question the developers and the studios that made the energy, and like I want to question them if this thing's literally legit or not. And it is working, and it is trying to do its job, but it's really bad at its job, and it's a reason why I just don't. It's just like it's so bizarre on how they say, oh, 6,000. There's probably more than 60,000 cheater. There's probably at least like 30,000 or whatever. Like, there's probably double the amount of cheaters. Like, probably more like 1,200. Probably more than 12,000 cheaters. Cause like it's like, cause like I'm using the same logic when like I'm using the same logic on like the other topic that I like to talk about, but that's like more private. So it's just absurd on how it's absurd how Activision and the developers and like everyone and the studios think that this is okay. It's like these blatant cheaters are not being prosecuted. These blatant cheaters are not being taken down, and any cheat that solely relies on AI, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because the cheats are now able to use their own AI to predict when the AI uses its AI features. Like, that's so bullshit. Like I'm clearly mad that these people want to cheat, other than just to make them feel like they're good at something. If they think that, for top 250, well, how about you do something better in your life? How about if you want to be better at Call of Duty or whatever the fucking weird ass cases are, might as well just I don't know, get better. And then of course there is this one other YouTuber. I'm not gonna name them because, well, because he is a little bit controversial, but he makes some good points. Well, because like obviously, like, this guy doesn't like Call of Duty esports. Like, I understand if I'm their point of view. But like, the same time, you can't remove esports from, like, there are games that can be esports worthy, and like, well, why, what, like, traditional sport, like, I'm getting off topic, but like they know that it's all bullshit, and then you got these top people, these streamers, like, even though I am a streamer, I'm not those big top dogs that showed that like could potentially be whitelisted and potentially still cheat no matter what. It's like I don't. It's like I'm human, and I'm human, and I will suck one day or another. But then there are days where I can properly kick where I can definitely be kicking ass and taking names, and it's just like, well, what's the point of me doing? Well, what's the point of me where there are genuine people that can kick ass, and then you got these fake ass fucks that just, you know, put on a show for no reason other than just get money. I mean, obviously we all like, I mean, from you all watching and kind of supporting me, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm doing my best to be entertaining as much as possible, but it's like, I don't know. It's like this whole scheme is just weird. That's like I'm not. That's why I just, when it comes to like talking about different things, I usually am in the middle because like, you know, there are like esports, for example, there are upsides for playing esports than traditional sports. I can understand why traditional sports is a little more healthier than esports, but but the thing is, both sports do the same thing. They pay you money. Simple as that. And it's just like, and like, I just like, to me, you know, talking about you got one side that can help exercise your brain mentally, even though it's a video game, and then you got the other side where it's a little health, like your body can be more healthy, but there are potential risks that you can hurt your body. And like, yeah, it could be healthy in some way, but like, if you broke your leg, that's a big problem. Then once you break parts of your body, what can you do? You can't go back to traditional sports. If you want to still compete, if you want to have competitiveness and have that hunger, then esports is a thing. Like I do support esports if you don't want to potentially hurt your body in the future. Yeah, it's definitely interesting stuff. There's definitely just a lot of things happening. I mean, even in the VTubing space at the moment, like, it's definitely, there's a lot of interesting. Even though there are some not so things that just happened recently in the VTubing space, but you know, at this point, I'm just trying to focus on myself at the moment a little bit. I'm just trying to eat my food. Just got lunch, so lunch that my mother always buys every Friday is so good. No, Saturday, man. It's really good. Like, I can eat this food as much as possible. What the fuck? Alright, chat. My Twitter thinks I'm not human, so I'm trying to re-authenticate it again. There we go. Oh, gonna see where I. Gonna see the Gonna see who kicks ass. Hmm. 2 4-0s. Going to be 3 4-0s if Optic don't those wake up slow. Yeah, Carolina's going to be interesting on how much they're going to improve throughout the year. Got on my internet. Lovely. Oh, ow. That's those respawns are pretty good, I'll say. Second, fourth, second, third, like that is some really good. There's definitely some dominance, I'll say. Well, I mean, I know what I potentially know what the hell what the hell's wrong with the fourth, the illy, but it's like, but it's like, oh no. Yeah, this is. I will say that this is LG's like time to redeem themselves against the worst team in the league ever. And of course, Boston versus Vegas. Boston have a chance to redeem themselves against Vegas. Need to check my pick'ems. I have to fucking. Won't be able to go to my. Can't go to Miami. So my pick'ems, um, I I might pick him for Boston winning against Vegas just because they have a little bit more firepower, and then I have Optic obviously winning against Carolina, and I'm hoping that LG could redeem themselves and just be able to slam Surge, but we'll just see how that goes. Let me pull it. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, so far it's somewhat working for Boston. It's going to be interesting how they do things long term until world champs or league of champs, I should probably call it, since it's not really world. Ooh, Karachi, invasion. All right, race. Okay, interesting. Ooh, wow. How the hell you lose that, Asim? Ooh. Ooh, nice. Nice double piece. Austin's kind of picking it up, though. Ooh. Ooh, that's so unfortunate. Damn. They just threw that. Boston just threw that away. They like aced him. If he didn't choke that gunfight, they would have had a chance. But unfortunately, just just can't be able to do much. Just Asim just missed his shots, and unfortunately, he died at the end. Jesus, Jesus, attach 5,000, and then of course you got Asim with almost 5,000 as well. It's gonna be, yeah, this one's gonna be interesting. You got Vegas that has a decent seems like the S&D decent S&D, and then you got Boston where they're hit or miss when it comes to S&D. I will say that I do really wish I I do hope that Boston do improve over time, because I do like they just have better, they have really good talented players in Boston. They just gotta clean up the mistakes, like what happened in map 1. Like they screwed up. Like they could have won that very easily if Asim didn't finish the kill. If Asim finished that kill and just would have won that map. Ooh. Oops. Could have. See what happens. Nice, nice FB. Oh, that's so no. Ooh. That was a little scary. I thought that Boston would have chucked that shit, but well, at least they at least Snoopy clutched up. Ooh. Nice two-piece. Ooh, unfortunate. You could have gotten a three-piece there. Ooh. Nice turn. Nice turn on there. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that's it's really bad. That's really bad. That's so unfortunate. Oh man, I'm trying to give Boston some praises, but it's like they threw away so many rounds. It's just like what? Like what the hell are they doing? They had those moments, but then they just throw them away for some reason, which I don't understand. But you know, Well, let's see if Boston can regroup and make a comeback. Make a reverse sweep against Las Vegas. Which I think probably most of the track record. Not really, but but I mean Boston has one more chance. In order to make to make a comeback. Good defense from Boston. Unfortunate. It left 4 ticks though, so that's they are ahead. So Vegas are technically ahead in terms of getting that round 5 defense. Well, seems like kind of rainy here in California. So today's supposed to be really rainy here in California, so it's probably gonna be hearing some rain over here. Raining out very heavily, I'll say, and I do love it. Not even close. Both strong defenses, I'll say. No. No. Well, might be Vegas 3-0. The fact that he never used it at SMG, it's quite interesting, but it's definitely interesting on how he had never played with an SMG, but but he goes on and he just starts just firing people, which like it's definitely interesting on how it's definitely interesting on how he's just able to just just kick ass and take names. So definitely definitely gonna be interesting. Like it's definitely interesting on how they were able to like adapt Purge into playing an SMG. It's definitely not hard. It's definitely hard, but it's not shouldn't be. But it's not impossible. So it is quite interesting, I'll say. That was the audio. Sorry, chat. I'm just kind of watching, trying to look up for. Right now, I'm just kind of looking up for PlayStation 5, PS5s, just because I just don't with the cheating going on and how like how much is happening. It's I'm definitely getting like I definitely want to like I want to just like I'm just gonna have to play on a console, which I mean I'm used to a console before. I'm used to a console before, so it is. I played with a console before, so it's not that much. It's not that hard. Yeah, like yeah, I will lose um quality, but you know, it's better that way, honestly. Just it's better that way than having to deal with potential people who may be cheating and whatsoever. Until they can fix the cheating issue, I'm probably gonna play on a console. Like I'm thinking of playing on an Xbox. Like I have an Xbox Series S, but the problem with using that is I don't know how many people do play on Xboxes, even though I have my org plays on usually Xboxes. South Carolina versus Texas. I'm pretty sure. All right. All gonna go down how I think it'll go down. It's definitely nice music, I'll say. Evasion, highways, evasion, Rio, evasion. It's definitely interesting map choices, I'll say. It's definitely very interesting. It is basically almost neck and neck, except Optic has a less margin than Carolina. I figured it. Nice. A technical issue. Awesome. Yeah, it's kind of. I will say that this is actually really nice for Miami to get, or Florida in general, to get their own event, because last time that Miami got the Call of Duty hosted an event in Miami is in 2019, and it's definitely. Where it's going to be interesting if Optic really did improve themselves from the slow ass start that they had during the Minnesota matchup. It's going to be interesting because Carolina Ravens have sucked ass on on Invasion Hardpoint, so that's going to be very interesting. I'll say. Yeah, this is 0-6. Not good for Carolina, but see what happens. Okay. It's a little bit slow start the beginning, but seems like they're coming together. Oh, got played. Got played, that sucker. Ooh, you almost had that. Caroline went from 0.6 to 0.7 now. That's very bad. That's very bad. Boy. Oh, oh. This is very interesting, but stats are a little better on optics, so that's going to be interesting. Ooh. Well, they read that. Unfortunately, they didn't get the kill. Nice push from Kenny, I'll say. I don't know what they're doing. They're not watching for the flank. They're not watching the flank. That's a problem right there. Not I'm a little confused on how they managed to. They had the advantage and then they just throw it away. Just plant the bomb. What the fuck are we doing? Oh no. No time. Why are we not planting the why the fuck are we not planting the bomb? You have a man advantage. Just plant the fucking bomb and wait for time to go down. You wasted the time. You wasted time, brother. Oh man, like they have not done anything to just be able to counteract this shit. Like, like Optic have thrown there have been moments where there have been moments where they like Optic should have looked like they allowed Gwen to just counter him 3 times in a fucking row, and it's just like, what are we like? Why are they not watching? I mean, of course, like at this moment, Penny died. Like at this moment, Dashy died, and and it's like, okay, well, okay, but then you should have went back and watched middle, but whatever. Like I don't know. I just don't get it. Like they threw away moments clearly, and like they gotta stop doing that. And at the round 7, they should have around. No, yeah, around 7, they should have just planted the bomb immediately, and instead they just waited. Like you had a 3-2, just plant the bomb. Like clearly they got to go back to the drawing board and just figure out what the hell, and just figure out better their strats, since like this is not what I was hoping Optic Texas to do. Well, see how Optic will do in this map, since it's one of their better maps. This is a map that Optic should somewhat easily win. Wait. Oh, great. I didn't think.
Scan the QR code.
Yeah,
I might be charging more than the price of the event ticket, though.
Sorry about that, chat. I apologize. I apologize for that. Didn't realize that my stream wasn't going through the sound wasn't going through the Go XLR. I didn't check first. I gotta make sure that this Steel series needs to.
Statistically, you're gonna have an advantage pretty much across the board if your Optic continues here. Yeah, and you see the really, I mean, just the attack percentage, right? First for Optic, but pretty solid. If you are,
I apologize for that, chat. Once again, I not
qualifier if you are
I did not.
since the major.
I did not know that was.
I think they're cleanest.
I did not know
so
that.
far. We'll see if they can keep that up.
You start on offense now. You've been the best offensive
The audio
team.
wasn't going through.
First, no trophies to work with for either side. Makes for some unique scenarios early, but you have a little
But
bit
here
of
we are.
split.
At least it's better to
He's gonna get caught on the other side of it, up the
know
gut,
right
though.
now
Fred,
than later.
nearly taking
Well,
out everybody. You get your
better
first
to know
big
now
progress
than
done
very late.
on B, though.
Well, behind that, Clay almost finds 3. So Clay does a really good job to take down Pred, but then also finds Shotzi in the spawn. So he's able to just, well, give them map control back, right? At least get them out of spawn for free.
But yeah, I mean,
Where they're not losing lives.
That was gonna be a real tough moment after Pred got 2, but you're able to solidify. We hop up Pred right as he gets that kill. So that was 3 through for Optic, and that'll be the opening point. It's like every time there's a multi-kill, it's like Clay's answering with one of his own. And honestly, that multi-kill ends up being big because you're about to finish the point. 2 people spawn out deep if you're Texas. You got to trek across. You don't have an instant onslaught.
No, it's really it. Clay's sort of stabilized the map both times here for Carolina. They do lose B. But then on the opposite end, it's been Kenny 2 pieces that have opened up the attack for Optic Texas. They secure B, now trying to get Shotzi onto A. He is here. Diving across. Still very weak, though. The stun connects. And Carolina deal with the first little push over towards A.
Sometimes, you know, offense, though, it's just if you can get a lot of those little pushes in the sense of just really just from the clock standpoint, because Optic have a 4-life advantage. If you can continue to get on A for a few seconds here and there, maybe you can take it out of lives or you can get an advantage, but
yeah,
it can be so hard to do.
I think on Invasion, sort of cafe and DVD, because that opens up the routes for your rivals, and you know, you just kind of saw it. Trying to get aggressive is Optic, you have to be street, but instead Gwyn takes down 2. So now Pred has to completely slow down, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. Now we're gonna start this next push.
Stop at the cafe, get a cup of coffee, rent a rom-com, and then head over to A and try to secure the map, Joe.
That's it. They secured cafe. They got their coffee. The map's inside A, but so is Clay as he's able to find 1.
I have a one-on-one here near the point. Is the pound should come through. The timing's so awkward as Clay just keeps repositioning around corners. Here's him in Chows, and Dashy will drop. So you secure it for now. 60 seconds remaining in the round. Still, lives could be important, but 50 seconds is not a lot of time. So I feel like you have got to get a presence on the point to stop the clock.
You might not need to because they've had cafe control in launch.
Maybe not.
Every push has started from this position. You have not been stuck back Palace at all if you are Carolina. So what is this? Or sorry, if you are Optic. So now it just comes down to lives. Well, Kenny's able to find 2, and that is going to be 4 dead in probably the round.
Well, yeah, I mean, the cafe control leads to getting on the point and stopping the clock. So you get the best of both worlds. And now 2 ticks done. Shouldn't matter, though, that everyone is dead. Shotzi, Dashy, find it. You get a good view of why they are one of the best offensive teams in control. Stellar stuff there. And yeah, it was just more like, it was just constant pressure. Once it got there, you never really could get that comfortable if you're Carolina.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. A minute with 8 lives, yeah, that's not a lot of time if you're Optic, but that's if you're stuck all the way in your spawn. They just never were. They always had 1 or 2 players around B-Dom or on Cafe playing their life. And well, the next set of gunfights went their way every single time.
If they all died there, got reset, yeah, suddenly that looks very different. But instead, I think right as I said, they got like 2 or 3 kills, and yeah, really started to unravel there for Carolina. So what can you do to answer back to Carolina? You already given up an offensive round win to Optic, and you're 3 dead here pretty early. 1 player still lurking was Fellow, and he will drop. So that's a pretty clean, like, 4 down, which allows you to just sprint up the map if you're Optic Texas, start to try and pin back this Royal Ravens team.
Yeah, you allowed to get Pred, him and Dashy in position to lock down this tank. Nice stun, though, from Carolina, using the slide to watch that cross. Shotzi, though, just going to reinforce this. He's on 7 in a row, so he's got a cruise to work with. Again, finding another spree. That's what they did so well in map 1, finding a cruise.
And usually, like, I mean, you played Invasion Control, like, your sprees and your kills don't usually come on offense. Like, were you able to do that?
Oh, Clay's got 4-shot headshot. I mean, that is a tough. When the 4-shot comes in from the NCW, you're like, how did I just die? Yeah. Because I think he has first shot on Kenny, but Kenny just snaps. Maybe one of those in slow-mo sort of hip fire headshot bullets, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, see, back when we had, you know, multipliers that maybe made more sense for the head, that's usually what it was, like the hip fire shot hit. Now it's just like a jam headshot. Yeah. I mean, hip fire one was kind of a joke too, but It's Call of Duty. You're getting joked in some way every time you lose a gunfight, right, Joe?
I watch every kill cam.
Yeah. 20 to go. You've had nothing to work with if you are Royal Ravens. Clay, though, he had some moments in that round one where he was the difference maker to give them a chance. Getting a kill there, now get them on the point and trying to play
from the stun.
Just trying to get down as the stun hit him.
That was honestly a nice play. Yeah, uses the ladder to kind of avoid the stun penalty. Doesn't matter, Shotzi able to regain, and again, just retake this B zone. You have one tick right now if you're Carolina, and that is all you are going to get Optic with a bounce back after that map 2 in these first 2 rounds. A dominant offense, a dominant defense.
Yeah, you know, when I said I wanted them to come out and, you know, kind of fry a team, like it's like moments like this where they're just very, very clearly the better team. Just dominating them in this map 3. A frustrating map 2. Obviously, that was a tough one from the Optic side of it, but instant answer here. 15-8 for Pred, 16-8 for Kenny. Dashy's stat line. I mean, that's just the position he plays for this squad, but like it looks so funny.
5-7, probably most damage.
Yeah. I was about to say he's probably leading the way in damage.
Probably most damage. Most assists, that's just the way it goes.
Yep, it sure does. Pred, like a firecracker, lights it up at the beginning of this round. Gwynning, Clay, out of it instantly, onto the point, go Optic Texas. Shotzi sending it forward. The pace is just there for Texas. You've been on the back foot if you're Royal Ravens. You just can't keep up.
Well, Optic just can't stay away from these things that explode on the map.
Yeah.
Able to get away, but Pred with some beautiful MCW shots on the Clay off the spawn. That's 5 in a row. And their attacking rounds, yeah, kind of start behind Pred and Shotzi, just opening up the map, staying alive. And that's with this duo, what they can do. Just always having to worry about them when they get to their spots, and they've been in those positions.
Oh, talking respawn, well, any mode, the game's a lot easier when sort of your entry guys are winning their gunfights. Like, it makes everything you're doing on the map easier, and they've been doing it so efficiently throughout the course of this map. 3,
that was almost 4 dead in multiple players on day. A quick transition, but they're going to use a cruise. Slow this push down from Carolina off a spawn. But you're about to get a take done, and Kenny's still alive.
And you're up 8 lives already.
That's another cruise.
Yeah, he's got another cruise. You're massively up in lives. You've stopped the clock so much here. You still have 2 minutes to work with. Like, you could just bleed this team dry right now, probably from a live standpoint, but we'll see if it even comes to that. Or if you can just get it done the old-fashioned way, onto the point. They are not losing gunfights right now. Dashy beams another. You're on it, you're stopping the clock again, you're making some progress. You have a second player to layer this with you, Kenny, in just a second. The one cruise hits a rooftop, trophy out for coverage. Map could be done here with some gunfight victories. One does get through, so only one person on the point. He'll slow down for now. Another chance to retake this.
Ooh.
Not anymore.
They're just
not anymore.
They're not losing gunfights.
No.
Nobody on the team is losing gunfights in one of the most dominant
as I figured,
invasion controls.
Optic are just way better on that map mode.
Yeah, you don't usually just outslay and fry like that on offense on invasion. You just don't. And like you'll see maybe a team put up one offensive round win, but it's usually like ugly, like you battle it out, it's down to the wire, or like you get a crazy A capture at the beginning. They just beat the crap out of them.
No, they really did.
Just absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah, it's just all the multi-kills. You just saw it in the feed. Like, yeah, we were kind of highlighting Kenny and Clay round 1,
early.
But like, then that kind of went away. You're gonna see 6 for TJ, 7 for Fellow. On the other side, everybody positive.
You know the pop-up after you play a map, I'll be like, did you have fun?
They would say no.
Answer's no, I did not.
I did not.
No, I did not.
Kenny 22 and 9, Pred right behind him with 21. And again, you had 3 people earn streaks similar to map 1.
Oh, we were wrong with Dash.
Yeah.
He didn't lead the way in damage. So I'm kind of just joking. Like, you'll see that so often, though. Like, somebody's got 40, someone's got 20, but 20 had the most damage sometimes if you're a main AR.
He had a great time on that map.
Yeah, no, he was just kind of hanging out. Yeah, and that's just, there's a lot of pressure off of, Dashy probably, he's been criticized at times over the years just due to whether it's been like the lack of wins or individual performance or things that have happened for him. And, sometimes he's been relied on so much to put up numbers, but when you've got talent around you and when you're winning your opening fights, like sort of his front line did in this map, like, yeah, you're vibing. You're like, great job, boys. Great job. Yeah, Keep it up.
He had a great time. We're going to go through the highlights, and a lot of the highlights are just going to be Optic. of this map. It's just two-piece after two-piece. Kenny, Pred, Shotzzy, take your pick on what you want to watch, but the green wall went off.
No, I think you nailed it. Listen, I don't have every dominant invasion control in my memory bank, but the most dominant one we have casted, that was just...
I remember like some rounds where like teams have transitioned, but an entire map?
Like 2 offenses of the 3, too.
Yeah.
Like, that was just an absolute optic onslaught.
They're having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
And props to them bouncing back after map 2, the way that went.
True, because I think if I would ask that same question, did you have fun? They did not on map 2. No. It was a frustrating one. They were dominated, had some tough like one-on-one losses too. Like that was a little party there for the Ravens side. That's how quickly things can switch in Call of Duty, and the beauty of our esport with different game modes. Like you'll be crying one map, you'll be rejoicing the next. Is you bring it back in that map 3, you go up 2-1, and now you have a chance to close it out in Rio, where both have been solid.
Yeah, and I think, if you're Carolina, a lot of the times I feel like Subbase is going to be taken away from them. They're going to need to find Subbase or Karachi, right? I think they're going to need to find another hardpoint map, and this could be one where you have Gwyn, right? Sort of one of your stars can kind of go off as a sub player. I feel like this could be a good map for them. Where on the other side for Optic, yeah, you're like, the way Shotzzy and Pred are playing, let's run as many subs as we need. We have Kenny who can run the flex and a 3rd sub. That is the strength of this roster.
Yeah, no, I think Optic have looked strong here. I think what the loss was to Rocker, where it was sort of like Rocker beat what? They beat Ultra, they beat Optic. I think FaZe just beat them on it. Like, there's been sort of this back and forth with Rio. His teams are going to, I don't know, rapidly improve or devolve, I think. It's just a new map and mode. But I wouldn't take the Rocker loss as that big of a hindrance. It's still a top hardpoint team. They could be very successful here. And yeah, where Carolina Royal Ravens had some of that hardpoint success after Felony joined the squad, you're still definitely trying to widen the map pool. When you have something like an invasion that you're having to play with, and when you're 0-7 on it now, you got to find something. Or does it just widen for Optic as they continue through the year? Rio hardpoint overall, 1-1 for Optic. That lost to Minnesota, 1-0. For Royal Ravens, and this is probably, at least when you look through it, like, as much as it's scary for Royal Ravens because of the hardpoint pedigree of Optic, like, on paper it looks to make their best chance, like, compared to, they didn't have a map point in the first 2, so granted, they look pretty good at map 2 despite that.
Yeah, we'll see if it now. Yeah, it's just a battle of attrition here. Can Carolina bounce back? Get us to that game 5 where they are undefeated on invasion search.
Yeah, it's kind of, they've been throwing punches, right? Optic comes out, they strike first. A haymaker from Royal Ravens. You bounce right back with your own uppercut if you're Optic Texas. And then Gwyn says, "Daddy's here." Comes out and hits with a triple to open the map. Great timing there, Gwen McClaw was saying. That was perfect.
Yeah, nice start there. Able to just, they just line up. He's vending corner. Now Optic off a spawn, their turn. They're going to have the stuns, the nade advantage. But Gwyn continues 5 in a row. Can he find a cruise? What Optic has done so well in the respawns. Can Carolina get one in their pocket? Some nice shots out of Kenny.
I mean, that was nice shots from Gwyn, too. Like,
no, that's what I mean. Onto Kenny, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said from Kenny. I'm like, no, that was a snap from Gwyn. Beautiful. And there it is, 6 in a row. And he got to the 5 and I went like, what? It was like 25 seconds. Like, that was so fast in the hard point. He gets the streak. You take a 38-0 advantage. I mean, that opener, that's just all Gwyn getting a triple to start things. Now, can you turn this into more time? 2 players remaining here. See where the spawns come in for Optic. 2 players spawn right in front of TJ, so he might be in behind there, but to pick that up, though, beautifully. Still battling on the point his fellow. Now you got a 2-on-2 near the point.
Yeah, you had Gwyn kind of taking the long route. You're going to spawn boxes here. Just kind of the way the spawns play out on this map. His fellow able to take down 1, but I think you already take this if you are Carolina, kind of breaking up that rotation a bit, but Pred now on 5 in a row. So he's able to fight on back, get some hill time, trying to snap, not easy, and Gwyn takes him down, so no cruise there for Optic.
He's getting hit by everything. I don't even know that he knows that he was shooting at.
That's what can make P2 so tough.
Yeah.
So difficult. If you cannot get pushed forward, no trophies down, you're just getting bombarded.
So far, so good. For Royal Ravens, you get the rest of this scrap time. You're there on the rotation, and well, you kind of send 2 through old, 2 through new. If you are Optic Texas, they'll look to set up a pinch onto this point. You got Kenny and Fred Eye, Shotzi and Dashy low, and now they'll combine through the mid-map as they go in. Shotzi,
Nice kill.
so good with the openers as we just saw. Finding one here, trying to make the things easier for the squad, and Fred with a lovely double.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That is the break in. The spawns are flipped, and Carolina just had nobody middle of the map. So you kind of saw Shotzi, as soon as he jumps that box corner, gets the first kill, they all just fly on through. Now it's Carolina's turn, this time behind Gwyn, who is able to find the double. The contest is there. He's able to find his third. He's up to 12 and 5.
Hello. A kill there for Pred and Dashy. Hard point control with 15 seconds remaining. And despite the hot start from Gwyn and maybe a frustrating P2 due to the break, you're right back in this thing if you are Optic Texas. On rotation, they've got position as well and still a player at all. Pred's still winning fights at all, finally going to fall. Now you start to spread things out, but as the new hardpoint pops, you lose. What, Shotzi drops almost instantly, so there's an opening window here for Royal Ravens.
Yeah, Carolina knows this, right? One player picks up the flank on TJ, who is hitting that route. Couple of players off spawn. Shotzi through boxes is able to find 2. If he has one more bullet, maybe the 3rd. But that's great heads-up play from Carolina, just knowing the timings. But now the hill is white, and it is a battle for control. Coming out on top is Optic. That is 4 dead for Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was Shotzi was kind of that first death that maybe allowed for the opening, the fact he comes back and gets 2, almost 3, doesn't allow Royal Ravens to stabilize. It stays real messy, and now they continue to fight on the point. TJ can't quite connect. Gwyn looks to follow it up with maybe another wondrous multi-kill as he's up to 17 and 10, leading the lobby. Pred, though, right behind him. Game tied up.
Yeah, I mean, the difference so far is really just that P3 break is... What was that? Pred with some insane shots on Fellow. I imagine that was a rival. I don't know. Maybe Pred picked up an MCW for this P5, but great shots on the Fellow on that rotation. Again, you're hoping to win rotation.
Got the MCW. Yeah, he got one here.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah. That'll make a bit more sense, but still a tight one. Waiting for the dust to clear, and who will maybe get some time on the point now. Trying to wrap in behind, it's TJ. Looking for openings, he'll be able to find one. You've almost got 2 minutes off of the play clock, and it's it's kind of like map 1.
That's
just early.
Messy.
It's very messy, not a lot of big hold, lots of time where the hard point's white or contested. If it's in map 1, though, it'll start to clean up the deeper we get.
You know, I mean, Optic, yeah, it's just on some of these rotations, they have broke Carolina so early. Behind a multi-kill. We just had Shotzi on 5 in a row. The subs didn't lose. 15 for Shotzi, 19 for Pred. 17-point lead throughout that first set.
See who can find maybe a little bit of separation first. Still just this tug of war, but into the second set, where Gwyn kind of opened with that haymaker to start things off. There's one streak in. Gwyn earned it early. He finally used it now at the beginning of this rotation, but you're still on the point if you are Optic, so maybe this will be the swing.
Actually kind of scared me. That almost kind of scared me a little bit.
18. He's been so good in these hard points, and they're holding Carolina at back.
Like that alert.
Calling that cruise, and then
Like that alert or whatever the hell that was on the PA system.
That is not what you want to see when you come out of that cruise. And well, Shotzi continues, but it's gonna be Gwyn. Finally, someone shoots back, able to take.
Could be something else though. I'm not sure though.
Feels like in some of these hard points, it's just been all Gwyn as he continues.
Yeah, no, he's been that individual playmaker for Royal Ravens. Where
without some of his plays, this might be another ugly one.
Well, it's like for Optic Texas, everyone's had their moment, right? Like everyone's erupted or earned a streak or had these just takeover moments. The one struggling right now, Kenny. 8 and 16, but guess what? You're up 40, you're in control, you've got the point, you're looking to close out this series, but everybody just dropped off a spawn. Let's hop to a listen in with Optic Texas.
Go ahead, go. Let's work this together. I'm coming, give it.
Half full, Clay, tonight.
Yep.
I don't know where he went.
Hold on, Fingal. Clay for half full.
Clay's still half full.
Where's the pitcher now?
Yeah, so that ready to
Look
go.
for you, probably.
Half of 1 HP fire.
1 FPS. Friends, I'll say half full.
I'm running a caution,
Ramp, watch, I guess. Watch, look at these half out to the right. Half out to the right. Under, behind half out.
Behind us, dead.
Alright, under half bar.
Come, shit on.
Under half bar.
Watch out. Really weak.
Yeah, one on rim.
Ramp, that's
Nice
trap.
really good time.
Play through it,
I'm gonna go right. I gotta right.
Okay, I got time.
Yeah,
Here you go.
Close right.
I don't see him ramp.
You play the right slow, I'm bumping you guys the phone.
I don't see him, man. He's just playing boxes.
Boxes.
You guys can go.
Dive in. Yo, one's on me plate. Or T.
Back to the...
Nice, that's a two.
I couldn't do fast.
I'm coming, Ken.
Back to the back.
Let's go.
He's on back. Graffiti. I already blocked the back.
I'll play back, I'll play back.
I have it.
Count tell me, he was stairs maybe.
Back up.
Hey, top mid, what is this time?
Staircase, one shot, Clay. Staircase, one shot.
Live in the back, live in the back. We spawn in the back.
Back left target.
Nice shot,
I spawned out. Try to stay alive.
They got parallels.
That's two dead.
On the back side, 1 HP in the back. Back plus, all the way in the back.
Graffiti touch
One in the back, yeah.
Nine in the back, three, last shot,
Back right, maybe.
No.
He spawned out, he spawned out mid. Middle left.
Staircase.
I have a trophy AJ in a second.
It's very. This is really mixy so far. Probably the most mixy as I've seen so far, and half a time left.
Really good time.
I have box.
I have the back right, he can't
Box
win you.
is Clay dead.
Nice, that's it.
I'm gonna box.
One on you.
We get back and Pred is absolutely twisted, mate.
That's a great Pred accent right there. But yeah, I mean, as soon as you're going to listen, it's the end of P2 into P3. Last time at P3, it was an early break from Optic. Same thing happens here. Carolina fought on back, but Shotzi flies through 6 in a row. An early rotation of P4 doesn't matter either for Carolina. Carolina have had chances to find some time, but they just have not found the kills in those moments.
Shotzi, I don't know if I've ever watched a player that it's like every timing and like gunfight's going his way, or like it's the total opposite, like nothing's going his way. It's just kind of the way he plays, but like, dude, when he's in his bag, bro, it is so fun to watch. Like there is a rhythm and a rhyme to his gameplay, and it's a blast.
And well, he's gonna call it a cruise right away. Flies on down, hits this speed boost to help his teammate trying to get onto this hill. Fellow, though, locking down the white van, trying to play his life, has a trophy. Gwyn watching the cross. Not the easiest shots to hit, but able to connect as Carolina trying to stay alive in this map.
And kind of similar to that map 1, like, you know, it was 2 minutes off the play clock, like an 80-80 game. As crazy as the fights have been, it's stabilized a bit.
It's 30 points.
You got a chance to push this to a map 5 if you're Carolina. So reminiscent in the scoreline of map 1. You've stayed tight, you fought tough. Can you bring it back this time though if you're Royal Ravens, or do you get shut down? It was Optic Texas in the clutch in the map 1. They're doing it here in the hard point over the 200 point mark. Looking to close it out. The pinch started to develop though for Royal Ravens. Can they get him out? They'll get the kill and get him out for now, but some damage done there from Optic.
Well, I mean, that's just the spawns, right? You have 2 players on Optic, and Shotzi and Pred, I think, just getting loose middle of the map, and they actually spawn Clay behind them. So it kind of sets up a pinch for free for Carolina, which turns into maybe the final 20 seconds of this hill going the way of the Ravens, which keeps them in the game. That 20 seconds, that would have shut them out.
And that's with the kind of a mid hard point, right?
Yeah.
The central hard points. It's just so easy to split teams out. It ends up punishing you there. Get some time to Carolina. Nice tracking as one goes over the top for Clay, and then you get another Clay doing his thing.
Well, now this gives them a chance maybe to win rotation to P1 behind that double. Instead of rotating all the way through, you fight through bridge as Optic, but Clay shuts you down.
The multi-kills coming again though for Optic. Yeah. Kenny was able to get 2 shots. He Pred through for the final ones, and you're into the point again. Can you be heroic now if you're Royal Ravens in battle through? Do you seal the deal if you are Texas? They've got the point unlocked for now, but here comes the collapse. Dashy winning big gunfights from the point, soaking up time and finding the kills as well. Just holding for the next one. Stun hits though and help them back away for now. He's just been stunned up for 10 seconds. Now contested, 15 to go for Optic.
Kenny though, want to be pinched. Kenny on the pinch, might be able to shut this down. Well, numbers wise over to Carolina, it comes down to a 1v1, 10 seconds left. They'll take this scrap time, but I mean, we know how difficult it is really to hold P2 cleanly. Optic should be able to close out this series.
We'll see. Or do you have some insane hold if you are Royal Ravens? Gwyn with the opening gunny. Shotzi has been terrific, looking for number 40 as he puts it up. 40 on the map for Shotzi. Kenny there as well, trying to clear him out of the point. 6 points needed, finessing his life, but will finally drop. Pred though there with the help. Into the point go Optic. This should end up sealing the deal. This is highlighting what you said. It's so scrappy, you just need a couple of seconds. You can't quite get it done yet, you stabilize. but
Pretty
one
much, this
point
pretty much
needed.
summarizes this series.
Yeah.
Right now is Carolina somehow
Man,
staying
Optic
alive.
just
You
need
hear the
1
names, the
point
studs going
left
off.
and they seal the
Now they
deal.
rotate though. 15 seconds left. Optic still throwing bodies at this. You have Kenny getting aggressive. Someone's right behind him. That's going to be Fred. Dashy looking over him. Not there yet, though, is another double, but on rotation, you're going to have number 6 in Shotzi finding a second.
Clay's running, can't quite get there to maybe contest. I thought just for a second an opening for some late game heroics, but it won't happen. Shotzi drops 40 plus. He had a series because his map 1 was nutty as well. Optic get the win. They do it through the respawns. Maybe the one bright note for Royal Ravens where the search and destroy struggles have come. Maybe High Rise starts to be a map for you, but you get bodied up, especially just from a slaying standpoint, the respawns, like it was tough at times.
Yeah, looks like it evens out a little bit here when we look at the scoreboard, right? They started to fight on back, I think, really since that P5 when we were hopping on board with Clay. I mean, Fellow struggles. On the other side, yeah, 43 from Shotzi, 36 from Pred.
Almost
This
7K
is
damage. Whew.
Yeah, this duo on Rio didn't go crazy. On the other side of it, if you're Carolina, I think you look at both hard points, like, there were chances for us to win.
There were.
2 P3s on this map specifically where Carolina is there, and I mean, you just have someone fly through and piece them up. Can't happen.
Yeah, it just felt like, I don't know, Optic just through some individual moments or the entry kills from Shotzi and Pred all series, like they were just making the game hard for Carolina. I know you could say the same the other way, but like, they were just too comfortable. Like when Shotzi's playing like that, when his POV looks like that, you know what I mean? You're just like, uh-oh, like have fun dealing with that. He's just gonna be annoying.
And here's just a recap of the series. Close hard points. The other 2 modes not close. Carolina able to win that high-rise S&D, but the invasion control, one to watch there for Optic.
No, yeah, that was the most impressive part probably of this series. I mean, maybe you could say the search was definitely great for a positive on the other side, but for Optic, yeah, that invasion was insane. 2 of the most one-sided offensive rounds we've ever seen. Absolute dominance. Yeah, the boys were shooting Optic Texas and get the win. Smiles everywhere as we get back to the desk to Christopher, big sexy puck.
Alrighty.
Thanks, Maven. All right, guys, we got to break this one down. Shotzi deserving all of the millions of dollars this kid is making. He may be the most entertaining player in the CDL, and he's dropping some of the biggest numbers. As Maven said, it wasn't just that game 1. He drops 43 with another 6,500 damage in this final game.
I mean, that might be some of the most damage we've seen in a hard point thus far. To be honest, I think Maven said it perfectly during this match that once Shotzi is going, it is very, very hard to get him to stop. He just starts getting some of these most insane timings, and he knows exactly what to do with them. Unfortunately for like Carolina Royal Ravens, they started calling out he was missing a little bit too late into this respawn because he was constantly behind them and shooting them in their back.
Yeah, that was also the hardpoint kill record set by Shotzi in that game number 4, just absolutely frying. I don't know how many more Rios Optic Texas is going to really have. Despite, you know, Carolina, they were in this game. I got to shout out Optic Texas, and like, they're just prioritizing the right thing. Their spawn knowledge is on point. I mean, you think about the end of that invasion, how close it actually was, and the spawn outs that are happening left and right. You have players spawning blue, players spawning palace. It's Kenny who picks up a huge kill. Like, the timings are on point. Goes to hill, finds one, backs up, secures the spawn once again, and then they proceed to get the majority of that time. And then even at the end of this game, like, granted, yeah, they're about to win, but like, they're prioritizing the right things, pressuring that P2, creating so many layers so they know that they're going to ensure that rotation. These are things that you need to do in HP to perform at a high level, and Optic does that.
I want to play devil's advocate a little bit here, just for the simple fact that when we were heading into this match, Optic Texas is already a top 4 team. They're already one of the top teams in respawn. So honestly, they are expected to win both hard points in this series. It wasn't expressive at number 3, but their search and destroy still has a lot of work that needs to be done.
But Allie, it's time for your scuff play of the game, and there's not many better than a 3-0 in control. It was close, but we talked about it coming in. Optic is just clutch.
Yeah, no, it was those 2 offenses, right? I mean, especially on a map like Invasion, this was extremely impressive, even from a team like Optic Texas. Like I said, that is good at respawn. Is getting that B right off the bat. Carolina Royal Ravens just did not have an answer.
Nameless, you were oohing and ahhing in the green room. Who was most impressive in this series for you?
I mean, I got to say Shotzi.
Yeah?
He was so impressive. I mean, the guy was going crazy throughout this series, man. But, you know, as a unit, I think in this control, this was the most impressive impressive map.
Yeah.
It was one of the game modes that they needed to focus on throughout this split. Now they've won 3 straight invasions, and their map pool is now widened. So it helps them a lot going into the veto process against some of the top teams in the league.
Really enjoy seeing what we had there in Game 3. And, of course, Game 4. The man who dropped the big bombs in the final game is joining us live. Welcome to the Monster Winner Spotlight, young Shotzi. And talk to me a little bit about Rio. How fun is that map for you?
Definitely one of my favorite maps for sure. You could just fly on the map, and I mean that's obviously what I enjoy. Just flying, doing your thing as a solo player, being annoying, and yeah, I feel like that map definitely suits me for sure.
Now everyone sees the KD, but damage is what I look at. I always find that so impressive to see how many bullets you were actually landing. You and Pred combined for 13,000 damage in that final hard point. What is it like playing with this guy? Are you guys running together? Are you dividing and conquering? How would you describe your play style?
I mean, personally, I've always played just fast and annoying. That's kind of my play style. I try to do what's easy for the team, and I mean, AG's just annoying to play against as well. The guy's literally camping in the corner, just laying down. So I feel like that dynamic is really good just because we're constantly just being annoying around the map. And yeah, especially that map. Rio, we are just being annoying. I haven't seen his pop, but like, I can only imagine.
Yeah, no, especially Respawn in general, right? I feel like, I mean, not feel like, you guys are one of the top Respawn teams right now. So that then leads me to Search and Destroy. Where have you guys kind of had the conversation of what's going wrong?
Yeah, I think we all like that map too. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, we don't play high rise, and that's one thing that we're trying to expand. Yeah, like I said, we lagged out that second map. We obviously had to play it more, get used to it. But
sure.
yeah, I mean, this series we're kind of just expanding our map pool.
Shotzi, I know, big team change coming into this season. You guys had to figure some things out. I feel like you were due for a takeover series, and this was your best performance this year so far. What clicked for you recently? Why were you able to play so well today as opposed to the weeks prior?
This guy just tried to throw a basketball head. Honestly, I honestly don't even know. I feel like now I'm like slowly comfortable into like the way this team like this team plays. I feel like I'm more comfortable where I'm at now compared to back then. I feel like back then I was kind of just forcing everyone to, or I was forcing plays to make everyone feel comfortable instead of just playing my game. And I feel like that's one thing that I did differently the last month, I'd say. Like, just focus on myself and everything will just come, you know, smoother, and we'll all just work together as well.
It's working.
Hey, Shotzi, you play Atlanta, March 3rd. How do we feel about that? Actually, producer in my ear, new question for you. Where can I watch your stream?
Wait, what was it?
I'm confused.
Might step on him.
Yeah,
Where can we watch your content, Shotzi?
Oh, you can watch on Twitch, twitch.tv/Shotzi, YouTube as well, TikTok. Honestly, you can find it on Facebook too. But yeah.
He's everywhere.
Twitch.tv/Shotzi.
Just open up your phone. Shotzi's probably on it. Thank you for joining us live. That's Shotzi. That is Optic with our winner spotlight. And we have one more match to go.
We're already here. Wow, one more?
Are you excited?
I am excited.
I'm getting excited. And you ready for this one?
I'm ready. I want to see if Seattle actually shows some life today because they got smoked yesterday.
Optic is done. When we come back, Surge, desperate for a dub, but they're going to run into a diamond con. Stay tuned. Match 3 up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
share your life. They actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is just something I hate seeing. And what the hell was that? Zinni just got
That's the best gun in the game. That is the best gun in the game.
That's what
Would you rather stack a point and just get that extension? Because they don't even have 2 ticks done yet. Now they will, as Formal, he gets pushed up into wood, and they're just playing around these spawn kills. They're looking everywhere.
How did the sound quality just go from worse, like very?
Picking up Zig as you watch the white arrow start to funnel out. Simp and RCs have that crossfire. It's a lot for Simp to deal with, and he is dealing with it. 4-0 start. Just sensational. And he gets stuck. That was directly to his forehead, I think.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra trying to get water side, flip spawns for the second hill. We're going to head towards the left side of your mini-map, dude. Over towards Kitchen. All right, but at least they're sticking them.
Was that deja vu? It's like 4 in a row.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
We knew we were going to come in and handle business. They're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it's 5-3! Eli with the snapper.
My goal here is to win champs. I think it's gonna be very difficult, but if we put the time and we just work hard, it's just everything is possible, I think.
Reinforcements are here now. Attach. Here we go. Flies on now, and able to find a second one. Progress being made. All of the Rocker members here now. They can stack this, and it's going to go quickly. Ultra have to fly, but Brisa already there on the cuts. Fans, he's going to die to a trophy. It could be the Major 5 trophy that just blew him up, but Attach trying to hold on. 3 finds number 4 as well. As well, Attach with the pistol. Standing follows it up, and there.
Just 2 weeks from now, Seattle Surge will be flying across the country to Miami for Major 2. Tonight, though, they enter this match with an 0-3 record, and they're taking on a West Coast rival here in LAG. Both of these teams are winless in our standings, but this is LAG's just 3rd match here in Major 2.
If Seattle Surge want even a crumb of a chance of trying to make it into winners so they don't fly to Miami and have to just get booty bopped and sent back home after that long flight, then they have to get a win here versus LAG, which isn't impossible. These are obviously 2 teams extremely on the struggle bus, and for the fact of Seattle Surge is that they're good at search and destroy. That is the one edge that they have in this series versus LAG.
Nameless, I'm looking at these faces. They are intimidating. They are scary. But is there a leader on this roster when things are going wrong?
That's a really good question because, you want to say it'd be like our cities, but it just feels like there's been no leadership on this team, Chris. I mean, watching them play, especially in some of the control. I mean, they had some fight yesterday, but for the most part, they look like they're pretty clueless and that there's going to be an imminent roster change ahead. But they are going up against LAG.
It's just quite interesting that Orsides, I know that he was an IGL for
Yeah, I was going to say Losing almost 100 point difference
that's
every time you play
really
hardpoint, that
pretty
is just
fucked.
unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, they do have their best hardpoint here in map number 1 in this series, so there's some life. The problem is it's also LAG's best hardpoint. And then Control has to show life again. 2 and 9 in round count control in the M2 qualifiers, 2.6 ticks capped per attack, 5.2 ticks allowed per defense. I mean, there's been some high rises that they've just given up an entire point in the first 10 seconds of the map. So clearly it's a preparation thing as well. I think they need to just play a little bit more free on the map.
Ali, if Surge gets the win today, who's your player to watch?
Ooh, player to watch. I would say RC just because he
Abuza.
solo carried them through that search and destroy, but Abuza is a good call out since he is technically the rookie on this team.
Both of those have been able to drop numbers, but inconsistently. And on the other side of this matchup, same thing can be said for DiamondCon. He dropped 32 kills at his first hard point, but then was kind of silenced as that respawn match went on. For LAG to be on top of their game, what do you need to see today, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, like, LAG is a really exciting team because they have players who can, like, pop off, take over games. I mean, you're talking about a team that's been top 3 in First Bloods in SNE all year long, just haven't been able to convert them, and Fame gets a ton of those, right? Like, Estrio has his moments where he gets inside and behind enemy lines making plays, and then DiamondCon can take over a respawn. The problem with this team is that, like, their hardpoint map pool is just basically non-existent. And then in Search and Destroy, the fundamentals have not been on point. It's just similar things like what Optic was going through in their S&Ds, like man-up situations, they haven't been able to convert bombs down, they're losing the round. So LAG, I mean, go back, watch some VOD and try to fix your Search because they're middle of the pack HP team.
Ali, we got the maps.
Karachi invasion, Karachi sub-base
Neither of these
price.
teams really have a map pool or a deep one at that. Again, I would say the
Well, it's a battle of who can fuck up one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I see in the series, like, between the two Search and Destroy, Seattle they're 5-0, so they feel very confident in Invasion and High Rise, and they're just gonna have to steal their hardpoint map pick, which is gonna be that #1 Karachi. See if they can do it.
Could come down to who's better at Karachi. It's games 1 and 3. It's time to get our pick'ems in, and I'm going first. LAG is in the 9th seed. Surge is in the 10th seed. I think 9 is better today. I'm going with purple.
I like your logic there. I'm also going to go with purple squad today, LAG. I just think this squad as a whole has a lot of opportunity and a higher ceiling than Seattle Surge.
Ooh. Dang, yo, I'm about to switch my pick.
You can.
No way.
You can.
I'm going with Seattle. To put the Seattle logo up. I think Seattle's going to take it. LAG have been regressing. Seattle are going to come out, say screw it, and take over.
All right, and the fans also went with LAG. It is time to get this battle started. It's going with Surge last minute. Nameless. He's got some confidence. Let's see if our casters do too.
Is it confidence? I don't know. Is he just going against you two guys? I think that might be it. I think that might be it. I don't know. Look, I'm not feeling confident for Seattle, but at the same time, I mean, it's one of those matchups. You're not going great at this moment in time. Is it the time for the bounce back, trying to get some confidence underneath them?
I mean, again, the one good sign we really have from the side of Seattle is like the way they played against Toronto. First half, not too great, but like by the time the Karachi control rolled around, they were playing good Call of Duty. And obviously, like, I like where Nameless, small amount of the structure you might be trying to bring to the table. And a guy like Hook is like perfect for that. Like, you know, Hook, when he is at his best, absolute monster when he is unleashed. So I think there's always that potential just to have a takeover sort of performance.
Yeah, the stats for this one is a little better for LG, but see how they do.
But obviously Karachi inside of LAG, a little bit better. Might not be on point with the rotations, but even if you remember just a week ago when they played against Optic on this map, pretty much fried. Like, played the map incredibly well start to finish. So LAG, I think, certainly a team really from the start of the year have a very effective game plan of how they want to play these maps, and if they execute it, it can be near flawless.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to rotate if you're going to break them every single time, right? I mean, I suppose it's down to the fundamentals. If you can find either one of those, that's a good thing to do. But over towards the LAG side, maybe just a little bit more. I think, you know, it has been a bit of a struggle for them, but starting to potentially step things up. And again, you know, we talk about Seattle wanting to try and find some confidence. For the side of LAG, it's the same thing, right? You're not looking too great at this moment in time. Starting to get maybe things going a little bit better, but realistically speaking, same seat as where Seattle are sitting right now.
Yes, you are just trying to stop sort of that, you know, the small essence of a downward spiral. But for LAG, again, when it's good, it is fantastic. However, when it's bad, 0-5 round count in Major 2 on the attacking rounds, not exactly ideal. Granted, if it's invasion, that's one thing, but it's not always that. This team likes to play a lot of high rise. We got a Karachi control for the map 3 as well. You can't afford to just get straight up bullied out on the offensive rounds. We're still on the search and destroy front. First Bloods out of control. 70% plus is pretty nutty. Granted, a slightly small sample size, but nonetheless, they've been incredibly effective in not just the first bloods, but getting the bomb down as well. So around the objective, these guys have been on point. And again, it's a game plan thing. They do have a strong game plan. They know what they want to do in these situations. Yes, there are a couple mishaps on the execution of it, but it's a fairly young team they have across the board, not counting Adam Assault. So it's certainly something you're expecting them to improve on over time.
100%. And I think, you know, if you could put those fundamentals together, getting the first bloods is one thing. That's the hard part, right? It's converting that should be the slightly easier. And if they can start doing that, then all of a sudden things are looking a lot better. For the side of Seattle Surge, though, I mean, I just want to see some confidence out of them, just to maybe get a map under their belts, get rolling. Because, I mean, yesterday it was not fun for them or anybody, to be honest with you. Ultra just played with them over the entire series. So they'll want to be coming into this and just get a bit of a better feeling going. We've seen a couple of decent plays, though, coming out here and there. You know, the control, as was alluded to from the desk, was pretty decent on yourself. You know, it was getting there, but again, it just feels like there is no momentum heading their way. It's only going the opposite direction right now for Seattle Surge, but this is a winnable game for them. And if they can find this, you never know what their season is going to look like. But yeah, things have been a real struggle since Brezzy came into this roster. And you know, as a big EU man, as you like to point out quite a lot, in my bias, I really want to see Brezzy do well. Look, he's had a good amount of time on the challenger side of things, done great things over there. It's nice to see him and Abuser in on the roster, but things are just not working right now.
Again, yeah, I mean, it was pointed out. It's the sort of classic thing in Seattle at this point. They've just been put in a very difficult position, like, throughout this stage, but yeah, they're working on those improvements. This, of course, throughout the Major 2 qualifiers as well. Well, the records overall, those are super interesting stat. That's a lot of maps played there, but either way, you can certainly see sort of an indication. Struggles on both sides. I know certainly keys to success for LAG. Their breaks have been certainly more on point, 32 or 33%. Pretty solid, especially on Karachi. Breaks are going to be key because
this one
you very much trade hills on this map. You win one hill, you're going to
just like how Seattle's break percentage is so shit.
For the side of Surge, like, it's like the pop-off potential. Like, the one sort of good S&D map when they had on Terminal this past week was in RC, just sort of had that takeover performance. I think that's exactly what I'm looking for Seattle. On the flip side, again, Hook always going to be a very strong candidate for it, but you never know. Maybe a Brezzy or the rookie Abuza can step up to the plate as well. Certainly Abuza has had quite a few very strong maps this year.
Yeah, 100%. I think there was a lot of excitement coming with him over into the Seattle Surge roster. I think especially, you know, a lot of the guys from the Challengers have been picking this guy up. Abuza is somebody who really came flying onto the scene, hadn't even really been around the EU Challenger side of things for too long. I mean, put it this way, when I was there during Cold War, I can't remember casting over him, and all of a sudden, bang, he's in there. So, you know, the talent is 100% there. There'll be somebody from the Challengers community be like, you casted Abuza 15 times, and I'll be like, well, I didn't remember. And if I didn't remember, then he wasn't doing too hot. So at the same time, him coming through with this very, very quick rise, that whole squad last year, actually, I think it's only Cobra who's left in Challengers right now, who was part of the team that Abuza was on, that just went and did so many good things last year in the Challenger side. So very interesting to see if he can continue. Look, I mean, he has somewhat been the shining light for them. If he can continue that, maybe get something going, he can be the catalyst. Brezzy just needs to get things going. It hasn't been the easiest start though. Look, some of the games that they've had have just been really, really tough. So I don't want to make any judgments yet, but definitely needs to step it up on a few different levels.
No, absolutely. And of course, you know, leadership is always something that the desk was talking about as well. Brezzy is like, it depends on how you want to define veteran in a sense, but Brezzy has been around for quite some time. I mean, he was in the pro scene back in Black Ops 4 as well, when we had 16 teams in the league, and maybe some mixed results on the actual success at the time. But I mean, this man has been on the grind for years, so good deal of experience, a little bit of chem between the teammates. And speaking of the chem, fist bumps out and about, which means good news. Map almost certainly going to be loading in. Karachi is where we're getting started. Honestly, the best hardpoint map for both of these teams as well. So nice little square up map to kick off on the series. And again, these are bubble teams when it comes to champs as well. So these are the matches you are playing against. It's one thing to lose a match and not get CDL points, but if you are giving CDL points to a team you are actively competing against that are right next to you in the standings, it can be a dagger. So very close to a must win rather for both of these squads. And I Obviously, you saw the stats. Diamond Con, absolute shooter. He's been fantastic this year. Always got to keep in the back of your mind. We've said pop-off potential a few times. He's a candidate for sure.
We say 6-pointers quite a lot in the UK. I'm not too sure if you'd get that reference, but this is one of the absolute must-win for both of these two teams. And for Diamond Con, yeah, look, I mean, he has been a real standout. I'm interested to see what Los Angeles Guerrillas can bring to the table here. Seattle Surge, can you find the bounce back from what has been a torrid time? Looking over towards P1, LA Guerrillas looking over for the P2 side. It's all trying to get some control. Over towards top 3, gonna get gunned down to be stocks. Couple of kills coming on through. Brezzy can't quite make it over towards this P2 side. Gonna be fighting for that control over these spawns very, very quickly. 10 seconds to go over towards P1.
Yeah, plenty of time as well to start to work the break. You actually had Hook taking a route, maybe to run straight towards P2 and repositioning, thinking about a flank, or maybe wants to be on point with his teammate. So Surge going to be coordinating at least 3 players together, but Estriel might just be the guy to break it down late to the action, but it's because he's waiting for the kills to be free, getting told where to go, and really right now just chasing those red dots. Can't get the cleanup, but either way, strong start on P2 there for LAG. They know now with the spawn coming through, no flanks are going to be in. All guns forward.
Can they hold tight? Big gun win from Brezzy. Finds Assault, and all of a sudden the push can start to come through. Astro with some really good shots on the cross. And at what stage do you give this up if you are Seattle? My word, the snap on Velocities might just be a case of, yeah, let's choke this one up. 25 seconds to go. Close spawn does come in for a boozer, so potential for him to maybe have a little stab at it, but looking like a rotation over towards P3 is going to come through, and we're going to see if that breaking potential for LA Guerrillas is going to be on the cards here. They're going to need it if they want to try and get through a P3.
Quite literally the setup, right? Again, if you win the rotation at One Old Hill on Karachi, it means the rotation in New going to be a bit more difficult. Great news, though, potentially. Hook just spawned so far out of the action that Hook is doing the rank play classic. He just chowed time for 0 seconds at ult and gets traded. Maybe good news, though, he's going to spawn a lot closer to the time. His teammates win the gunfights around the hill. So you're going to have all 4 guns up. Oh, maybe Hook's going to fall again, but ready for the ult.
He'll be there at some stage. He's now going to spawn out, actually, so that might just help Seattle Surge out. A potential pinch on the card. If you can hold it on just while Hook is on his way, then great job. The boozer will fall, though, and all of a sudden the control of the point does go over towards LEG for just a second, but here comes the pinch. There is Hook, and it's down to Arson. He's left all on his own, finds that final kill. But the pressure's now starting to come in a little bit closer for LAG. Spawns up towards Junk side. One more go at it. Arcity's trying to lock it down. 25 seconds or so to play for here. LA Guerrillas tightening their grip, and there you go. The break comes through for about 20 seconds.
Yeah, overwhelming, at least towards the end, but not worst case scenario for the fact that Hook died basically twice before the hill even really popped. Not too shabby. Yes, LAG have the lead, but now Hook is in prime position behind enemy lines. Get these guys out of top 3, away from the power positions, and maybe make it a bit easier to hold that time. Estriel, though, you see, swapping weapons as well. Has the MCW out and about when the new hill pops, so they're making plays as well. But uncontested for the moment on the hill. It's kind of a situation. If you set foot on it, you're going to die first.
The old Mexican standoff over towards P4. Boosting out. Trying to soak up some time if he possibly can. It is realistically LA Guerrillas in the better spots if they do want to try and find a rotation over towards the next hill, which is ultimately what you're fighting for. And trying to pick up whatever time you can. Just keep them off it, if at all possible. Brezzy trying to stay alive.
God damn.
A second, that might open things up. And there needs to be a third if they do want to get some time. But now thinking about the rotation, who's going to get gunned? Diamond Con and himself. Well, actually just trading lives there over towards the backside. But LAG going to be the first ones there over towards the next hill. There's a couple of seconds available now for the side of Seattle Surge. It's going to be about a 10-point game by the time we get over towards the next hill.
Yeah, full setup though from LAG, right? Yeah. Diamond Con is going to be watching the full flank. He can watch over Fame towards the middle of the map, so Fame gets traded, but he actually trades out his own life. And of course, off spawn right there to pick up the lane.
Like how Arcity is very not involved.
As long as he's alive, you have a little bit of
quite
hope.
interesting.
Seattle actually win gunfights on the players outside of the hill, though. So LAG not collecting a good chunk at this time. And pretty much on the past 2 hills, Guerrillas have been playing almost a game of keep away rather than collected time, but the keep away has been going strong until Hook delivers the 2. Seattle get the 3rd as well, and that is a big break for 30 big seconds. Surge likely going to take the lead at the end of this time.
Yeah, huge for Surge. As you said, you know, you are trying to play keep away to a certain degree, especially if you don't win that rotation. Keeping them off the hill is as good as you yourself getting points to a certain degree.
We're going to soak up the final 15, and we back over towards P1. It is going to be an ever so slight lead for the side of Seattle Surge. Decent enough start from both these two teams. It definitely feels like Hookah's there or thereabouts, isn't it? 14 and 11 interactions off the chain. But it is going to be Seattle with the lead as we head back in towards P1. P2 control currently with the side of Seattle Surge. Can they keep a hold of it? Astriel trying to get some kills going down over towards the red side. See what he can do with this, but he's being hunted right now. Yeah, Seattle Surge definitely want to keep a hold of those P2 spots.
And it was 2 players at least that he was dragging their attention that direction. Makes his teammates' job a little bit easier, at least for the initial few seconds. But back towards that square up. Nice shots with Rival 9 out of Estriel. And those good shots continue. Ripping heads. Boo's going to be forced to back down. Him and Hook maybe waiting for the square up on time. But these are the gunfights that are difficult to win, to say the least. I mean, Diamondcon's got a great heady. You get number 2 fame up in the power positions as well, and that is a phenomenal hold. Might be the best still for LAG all game. It comes from a P1, and with fame getting kills on the flip side, maybe the opportunity to put pressure on this rotation. LAG setting themselves up for another break again.
Luke only knows forward and gets caught out. Over towards the junk time. You can already see Fame's going to try and make a play from the flank. Can Brezzy hold it down from the front? No. So dangerous situation now for Surge. You lose a lot of time over towards P1. You're getting pressure to P2 Assault. You can't win that gunfight. Oh my word. It's just a breakdown. Seattle Surge a fold far too easily. Really nice break coming through from LAG though. Works out perfectly in every single different angle. That's a massive break at P2.
And if you notice, Fame as well on the 5 spree, 1 away from the cruise. Those kills started, by the way, on P1. So he has played his life fantastically. He's got the cruise, he's got the extra kills, he's got the feed, and his team has the time because Fame is doing everything else on the map. Finally, he's going to fall, but does that death even matter? 20 seconds left on hold. And you actually have Hook sprinting at it, so, well, he's just going to fall. Bonus time from LAG, who the past 2 hills, they've blown the game wide open.
Absolutely godly from Fame there. Whatever weapon he wants, whatever gunfight.
Oh no.
As well. Doesn't matter.
Oh, actually, he didn't spot him.
Gonna go down. I don't think he was actually seen towards the backside, but irrelevant of that, cruise missile incoming. Seattle Surge have to sit tight, and that is now going to allow LAG just that little bit of breathing room to try and push through and find a break here. For all that things were looking very, very good for LAG over the last 2 hills. That should be a hold down for Surge. Diamond come towards the back though, chance.
Yeah, that was a hilarious minimap, honestly. Fame was in the cruise missile, and you still have players on Seattle that were just chasing a guy that was not moving inside a coop, but all's well that ends well. You just got to read the flank. The positioning is there. Gunny there as well. Brezzy and Hook are able to get it done, so Surge may be working on the comeback. I think LA Guerrillas not going to let that happen. Let's go to a listen in and see how they orchestrate it.
Fine. I spawned right on the yeah, top trips, Alex. Look at this guy. There's Townie trip bundle. Trips to 3rd. And top trip. I spawn jungle too. One's bridge. And one's low P4, bridge. Counting out time, bed. Top 3rd, Alex. I'm looking P4. I'm no AC first. Yeah, he's good. I'm good. Okay. Bricks flat, slow play. I saw one. I needed it. Watch out. I needed it. I'm top. Yo, in top P4. Top P4. He's still third. Top P4 and one low shop. Double set up. I'll see time. I'm going through big cover. I'm going through big cover now. Maybe then. One's scaff. I gotta wait for you to kill. Let's get on time. Yo, nothing third. Yo, I'm out middle. We're missing Alex. I'm pitching trips. I got Gav. I'll kill. Bottom scaff. Top Brazilian points. Top coop last one. Top coop. One's on scaff. I spawned down. The shit was He jumped down. He's one shot down. Nice good trade. Okay. 25 on this, yep. Alec, I have my bottom. I have my bottom. Got you. I'm staying third step. He's in around. Third step, got one. I need a top bed. Top bed already, Alec. I need him with the nade. I got one. Nice. Alec hit with the nade, that was him. I spawn here. I'll play P3. Still mid top P5. He mid. Reggie. I'm helping mid. He went mid. I'm just stay down. 100% went mid. I spawned out. I'm marking time. Missing Brezzy. What's out there, Brezzy? I'm top bed. You get time. I think I ever bought him. What should be diner on me though? They could be top, yo. What's third? I'm pinching top just to make sure. You could be top. Bottom, head. Top. Top, Alex. Absolutely done.
Let's get the time.
I'll shut down. Back graffiti. Hold it back. I'm stunning your low. I don't see anything though. Dumpster Kyler. I do. Tell me Kyler. Right side bros. Yeah, that's one kind of deep. They could pitch behind me, front. Gotcha. Make sure you're trying to row. The one gets me fire. I'm gonna hit this whole time. I'm trying to.
I'm with you right here.
Trying to get bridge.
Come on, Diner. Yeah, get my bridge. Get my bridge.
Oh, you kill it.
Well, LAG still in the lead and do a little bit better over towards the junk time than they did last time, but still get broken. Seattle Surge very much in this game. Abuza finding those 2 kills. The second one, disgraceful. As we set up over towards P1 again. It's all kind of transpired over the last 60 seconds or so, chance that we now have a close game, but Seattle Surge, they absolutely cannot let LAG get the amount of time they did at P1 last time.
Well, that is the most painful way to start the P1 if you don't want that to happen. Abuza on the bridge just gets gone. You lose the power position. Hook gets abandoned on the time in the swarm around P1. I mean, that's just overwhelming. 20 seconds away, they win this game. The rotation might be easy as well. Hook going on the flank, trying to find the perfect pinch, but it's just getting red. LAG orchestrating this hill to perfection.
Working out so well for them. Abuza does find a way through via a 2-piece from himself. Brezzy will be able to get a bit of control over towards top 3, but is it too little too late? 10 seconds away. Being trying to hold this down, can find one, won't find the second. Reinforcements in for the side of Seattle Surge, but Astral from up top may well just rain hell down from the heavens. Can't quite find the second kill. Abuza is there to shut it down, but this is the problem. Rotation is in now for the side of LAG. You gotta leave that scrap. You gotta go fast, Seattle Surge. You need to find a break quick.
And it's crazy spots and just a tight setup right now from LAG. You don't even have time to check the corners. Who checks it, but a player falls in the meantime. Manages to contest, and the break might be in. Abuza finds the extra one as well. Who can Abuza piercing the setup, and DiamondCon last line of defense is gone. Surge have turned this into a game.
DiamondCon does well to even find one there, but all of a sudden the break comes through at the perfect moment for Seattle Surge. They're 30 seconds away. There's 40 seconds to play for. Hook trying to hold this down as LAG just trying to formulate the plan. Which way we coming in from? Here they go, but they get flanked, and Hook is there again. Abuza,
this is the second time this happened.
From LAG.
This is the second time this happened in a different matchup. What the hell is going on?
The alley, those are the only avenues of attack. There isn't enough of a trophy, but it doesn't matter. The dumpster spot you just can't get past. 4 seconds away.
No way, bro.
In Surge, the comeback on Karachi is in. They get map 1.
Fantastic break to P2. Makes the game for Seattle Surge. I think if you're LA Gorillas, you are kicking yourself.
This is the second time. I mean, not in the same scenario, but like, at the same time, they just got broken through again. Like, I was hoping LG could win that, but again, it's another scenario where they just get broken in. So easy. Like, what?
Off of a deficit, basically off the opening break, and we'll get that in a second. In the stats, well, who maybe not a complete masterclass, but top-notch in the damage department. 30 kills, played out of his mind, 23 non-traded. Fantastic stuff by the end of the game, but it's like the junkyard hill, I think, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was 2 different times where LAG had the full setup. All 4 players nearby, everybody watching the cuts. You can hear even in the comms and the listening what they were able to do. But Surge, maybe not necessarily getting completely clean breaks on those hills, but instead of being a money hill at all, they just turned it into a distraction. So you just had Surge fighting in the right moments at the right times, and again, just that coordination, the break in the end was completely on point. But this is one of those examples. We're going to a junkyard hill, and you just see those purple arrows, at least on the initial time we're swarming it, just not able to execute on the gunfights to really lock that down for a substantial amount of time. So 2 attempts at it, no success, and I mean, a hell of a game in the end by Surge.
Yeah, really good game. And it does make you wonder back towards LAG for the side of that junk hill, how well they are able to lock it down over towards P1. And it's very different. You're thinking about height, etc., but it's not as hard to lock down an junk hill as it is to lock down some decent time at P1. They were doing that pretty flawlessly over the entire map. And, well, they only really let things go at that very final hill. I think Seattle Surge were maybe in the lead by a couple of points at one stage during that game, but they were behind 99% of it. And LAG crumble at the final hurdle. The player cam's looking very, very different towards the end. Yeah, Seattle Surge got what? Decent take over towards P1. Just about flirted with the lead over towards P5. After that, behind for quite a substantial amount of time. It was nearly 100 points at one stage, chance, and LAG let that one slip.
That is brutal to look at. I mean, even just like the P1 and P2 on the second set of rotations where LAG just go on a massive tear to just build that lead. They got to 193 after like the second P2, and I mean, then they were just struggling to get points after the fact. So the slow chip away, the big breaks when you need it, and you cross the finish line barely in the nick of time. That's even a situation where, like, on the P1 as well, you had LAG players that were in the power positions, top third, top AC, and Surge is like dive bombing the hill, throwing lives away. And that's almost unlosable. But again, that tight setup, they checked the right corners, they got the breakdown, they timed it perfectly as well. Those gritty moments are a difference maker, and well, that is at least advantage now in the series, but certainly a long series to go. Invasion, Search and Destroy up next, and I know this is a map that LAG have played a good amount across this year. I mean, at the Boston Major, they were grinding it. At the same time, though, overall their record 2-4, so this is a map where they haven't had a great deal of success in the wins department. I know they've had a ton of tight maps, so a lot of round 10s, a lot of round 11. So they're close on Invasion, but they are beatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Seattle, though, it's so important that they got that map number 1. I think it feels like there will be a bit of a weight lifted from their shoulders to a certain degree now, getting themselves on the board here for the weekend and now heading into the second map. But Major 2 tickets available now. If you hit that QR code, I might, you know what? Because I actually think I need one, mate. I think I might have to actually get on my phone and have a little look. But yeah, that's for another day, and we'll need to stop making that joke, as I will just depress myself. Here we are, though. Map number 2 coming up very, very shortly. Any thoughts, particular? I mean, look, for LAG, you absolutely need a bounce back. But where your mind's going to be at, if you are the team in the top of your screen, there, you've got to be feeling pretty bad after pretty much leading the dance the entire map number 1, and all of a sudden you lose it off one break. You've got to be in a tough spot.
Just about the bounce back, though. I mean, you see in the player cams a great deal of frustration on their faces, but you're just looking for the quick one.
You could do with finding it. Arcity's 1.3 KD over the Major 2 qualifiers, not bad at all. I think that would have took a little bit of a dent against their game when they went against Ultra. But here we go. Into Invasion, Search and Destroy.
2-4-3-0
codes overall. Seattle Surge on this map, but that was, I believe,
yes, as I was gonna say, yeah, old team, it is gonna be at least a slightly different look, so I think the stats don't tell the whole story for Surge. However, very aggressive at the start of the round, already checking out P1. You see Brezzi on the cross, able to spot maybe 2 players out, but if there's only 2, that means some player's gonna be nearby a street. Who gets the first blood traded out? We got a 3v3.
Brezzi set up over towards the middle, trying to find another pick just to slow this push down, but a nice line across the map here from Seattle. And it's going to force him out, though. The stun's definitely not going to help things as well.
Oh, you had that, bro.
Finds Ezreal. A really big kill coming in from Brezzi. A lot invested to get him out from that tank position. They managed to do so, but they can't take him down. After these good shots on the Diamond Cone, Assault will even the odds to a certain degree, but now it's a 1 versus 2. Tough position for the MVP. A chance to try and find something here. Has the capabilities, but not an easy situation.
And the only thing that was open on the map was the mid lane. He does not choose it. Brezzi had that on lock, and I mean, Brezzi really with the gunfight of the round in the dark alley gets the seals the deal in the end. So big round, and again, just a turn and burn in that little cut lane. The big difference maker without question. So for Surge, perfect record on the map. That is the perfect start.
Yeah, that's one of those from Australia. You're like, you know, you've got the kill. Yeah, I've got the kill. Yeah, he's naded. We've stunned him. I'll chase him down, get him. Yeah, we go complete. Oh, no, sorry, I've been gunned. Brezzi had no other option but to lie down and just aim down sights and pray. Honestly, at that stage. Works out for him, though. 1-0 now for Seattle Surge. Now onto the attacking side for them. Pushing over towards the B side by the looks of things. LA Gorillas should potentially have a trophy on the go, but yet to find anything at this moment in time. Pretty much good control down the B street, but need to find a way to get through this defense.
And taking their time to work it as well, right? Stun clear out, top broken, and maybe make a bit of noise and throw a fake. Brezzi toying with the idea of wrapping back and forth. I think Assault is able to spot out some of this information, though, so I think he's got the intel. When he sees players cross over to A, the 2 players from LAG working the B site start to get active. So LAG taking a bit of map control. Smokes out for confusion. Hook thrives in it. Another first blood. And Surge following up as well. A quick 3v2. The pressure that LAG had at the B street going to be successful. Estriel, I don't know how he gets that gunfight win, but Arceus doesn't even get a bullet.
Bomb down irrelevant. Shots from Abuser are clean though. Diamond Con falls. Great shots from Estriel. Makes it a 1 versus 1. Now Hook with the SMG. You know he's going to be close by. Around over towards the site. Estriel's going to clear everything out here though. Get himself up close and personal. Spots him. Hook makes his move, offers the information over towards Estriel, and oh my word, just doesn't get the time in the shots with the Renetti are solid, but the MCW ones need to be good, and they need to be good very, very quickly. Hook's just going to jink away. Around goes for the kill, and Estriel wins it. How on earth is he able to find that gunfight? And to be honest with you, I think Hook just gave him a little bit too much.
I mean, I think even for Hook, you saw the reaction. He got ripped by that headshot multiplier. I think Estriel might have just had like one of the higher gunning rounds we've seen, because we saw him rip a Booza shooting at a pixel, headshot multiplier out in full force. And again, I was looking at the mini map. I thought Arcides had a free kill down that like B street. Estriel guns him, didn't even get shot once. So Estriel just simply brought the beamer in that round. That is a clutch against a world champ as well. Maybe a top 5 play of the week as well. Estriel saving his team in that moment. All tied up 1-1.
3 kills in the round. 2 of them he was very much on his own. Now finding his way over towards the B side. Not as much of an investment from Surge over towards this side of the map this time around. The reinforcements will be there rather quickly. Starts toward mid, will do nothing but find a trophy. Los Angeles Gorillas just putting the feelers out right now, trying to find some information and see what we can do with it.
Again, in terms of map control, he had Seattle very aggressive. This time Hook does not get the first blood. Brezzy does win a 1 though, so it is even up the odds at 3-3, and he's just going to continue. He does get traded out 2v2. It's going to be the AR players for Surge on the wings of the map, converging towards that mid lane. You get Intel 1 guys in Freezer. RCD is going to be taking a bit of a route. And Boozer right now just waiting for RCDs to make that play. His job is just to not die.
Waiting for the right moment. LA Gorillas, do you have any information? Well, they have got behind the bomb and RCDs can't see what's going on, so it is going to go down. Fame will find a Boozer. 1 versus 1 again. RCDs, goes for the challenge, gets ripped from Fame. It's 2 clutches in a row from LAG that finds them 2-1 up.
LAG, they care about a lot of things, but that tank is not one of them. I never win those gunfights. I can't rip people on that tank at all. LAG consistent with it in Fame, Chaling as well. Doesn't want to play off the clock. He wants to play off the intel. You know where Arcides is. Take the free gunny if you can get it. Big back-to-back rounds on the clutch factor. Again, Estriel won his against the world champ. Fame does the exact same thing. So over here going against some rings, clutching up with the ice, and well, just to another round we go. Aggression from LAG, but yeah, they run into main AR of Booza in this moment. Give Surge that first blood.
Shots are crispy, needed to be. Estriel's gonna get cold here. He might find one before he does go down. Gets out.
Beautiful. Perfect.
I don't think he's gonna know that Hook's behind him, but that should get traded. Does so. Opens up the B site. This is the round. This time can keep him off it. That nade's solid. Not good enough. Hook made of tougher things. That bomb will go down and just makes Diamond Con's job the hardest. I like how Hook is just immediately weak off that grenade and just runs forward. I mean, it's just classic. Round goes over towards Seattle Surge Irrelevant. Good plays coming in that first gunfight. I think, Fame feeling confident after the 1 versus 1 there. Goes towards that side of the map and just gets beamed immediately.
Yeah, just a deep off angle there from Abuza, who ended up collecting 3 in that round. So a couple world champs lose their 1s. Rookie steps up and make sure to get some momentum back on your side, and Hook doing a nice job of getting that trade as well. Estriel does more or less make the perfect play, but Hook, he's a flyer. He will be running at you full speed. So trade's efficient. Again, tied up 2-2, and a little bounce back as well for the offensive and defensive rounds. A couple trades. As you see LAG firmly playing for picks. It is Hook for his 3rd first blood on the map. Surge have dominated the first blood category. Now you got Hook and Brezzy basically cornered up, ready to go for each other's trades. As long as they don't get 2-piece, they're fine, but they get help from Abuza on the A Street lane. So Surge right now, it is the perfect setup with the man advantage.
This one's under lock and key. At least you would think so. We'll take some sort of gunfight to get this Seattle Surge defense not looking that great. Awesome, good utility. Stun goes out, but Brezzy has yet to potentially trade this one. Goes for it, finds one. Knows that Fame is there. He was the one that found Hook. Now all of a sudden, a 2 versus 3. LA Gorillas with less players to deal with, but with less resources to deal with those 3 players. Still, push over towards A is looking more than likely. Seattle Surge here in numbers.
This could be interesting timing. RC has been going back and forth, and I was going to say the mid lane briefly left open, but Abuza feels that pressure, rotates over, gets the tags, the kills, and they seal the deal. Surge again off the back of Hook's first blood. Perfect setup. Hook and Brezzy are there for the trades on each other, so Hook might fall after the stun grenade and wallbang comes through, but the setup 2 on point. No mistakes being made in that round from Surge. They're keeping it clean.
Very clean. Enjoyed that. Send Hook in, finds first blood, just dips back. And always the problem is with that, we talk about it so much about just being a nuisance and having that presence. I think if you're on LAG, Hook's just found a kill on a DVD. He's either going to still be in DVD or he's moved forward. No, he's backed up, but you have to clear those corners.
LG's got to do something. They got to change something up.
On that attacking round, eventually do find a way up the map, and it's too little, too late. The setup
He's
is there.
really aggressive again.
First blood. Really getting the work done here for the Seattle Surge side. Well, back on down as well. The rest of the team are here to back him up. Hook doing mad things for Seattle right now.
Yeah, Estriel just getting caught being way too aggressive down that B street. Might have been some weird intel in the comms, but you have LAG dominating the middle of the map, but you also have Abuza behind all of them. So Abuza has a potential opportunity because nobody is looking his direction, but everybody is barely out of frame. And there's the freebie, but instant trade, because who's going to read that? A wild setup from LAG. First blood's not going to matter unless Arcees can clutch this 1 versus 2.
Awkward little spot. Over towards the tank. Again, that's not a gunfight you want to take up against a rival 9. The round goes over towards LAG. It was the first blood that's been wasted this time from Seattle Surge. There has been a couple of them, but that one will sting. I mean, they got a bit of control over towards the B side. Rotate over towards A, and it felt like the players from Seattle were just still sitting tight. Always going to win the gunfights. They get presented nicely. I mean, even if Abuza finding his way back around, I think that's what entices them, right?
It's quite literally, if these guys are not just laying down in the spots that they are in towards the middle of the map, Abuza's getting free kills left and right in intel, but it is just because mainly the guy over by Dark Alley laying down just barely out of frame. It works out perfectly. So I don't know if that's like intel on the possibility, if it's 100 IQ or a little bit of luck, but LAG absolutely going to take it because
another first. Come on, come on, Estriel.
I think that's 5. I think that might have already
You've been playing aggressive and you're dying so easily. Like, he has to slow down.
But irrelevant. He's found a lot of them. Doing a really good job, and if you're always in the advantage, if you're Seattle Surge, I would hate to see what the rounds are looking like if you don't find those first bloods. 3-3 now. But Seattle with the commanding position, 4 versus 3. You're on defense. You gotta hold this one down.
And it's, Brezzy has a MCW rather than the rival 9 this time, but it's more or less the exact same setups. The ARs just on the wings of the map. Brezzy and Hook working together, and they just have to trade out whatever kill comes their way, and they're good to go. And if you just win the first gunfight, even better.
Oh, Hook now's made the play again. He's causing so many problems to LAG. On for the ace now as well. Fame will fall, but Diamondcon, while he's on the wrong end of the map for the Hook ace, Cities is maybe waiting just to help his teammate out. Not gonna happen. He will find the kill rather than Seattle Surge. Hook is just flowing like water around the map right now. It's looking so good for Surge.
Yeah, he's bopping his head. He is moving and grooving, and he plays like a wild man. I mean, there's players that are like first blood menaces, but I feel like the impact Hook has, he's running at you in ways that you just don't think are possible. Or like, what kind of crazy person would go for this child? Hook does, and he wins it consistently. And I know he's gotten traded out for at least one of his first blood sort of thing, so occasionally the trades are there. But he's been efficient at getting the kills and getting out. So Hook has been a monster, and, well, I know that he has nothing but speed in his heart. He's going to be going right back down the street. Finally, someone is able to catch him. Maybe awkward timing off the jump, a slightly weird route, buys Fame just enough time to get there a little bit quicker. A big shutdown there for Gorillas.
Speed can sometimes kill up. This time around, he does get caught out. Or is he trying to make a move over towards the hotel side? They are without those first bloods. They are without Hook. Let's try and make this work. Clearing our pantry, and now all of a sudden you can maybe make a push over towards the tank and find something from there, but nothing to speak of for Seattle Surge here. No information at all.
It's just painful. You burn the utility hoping to get a freebie, but instead you got nothing. Now Fame actually spots this player out. Timing just doesn't go Brezzy's way, and I think Diamondcon in the middle of the map could have helped the trade anyway, who of course, there for the errant kills. In a bit of a calamity at the start of the
LAG are definitely playing like
really nothing you can do.
Well, so far things are going for them
Don't get the first
on their
blood.
side, but
All of a sudden, a lot of map presence.
We're gonna have to do that 2 more times. 3 more times, actually.
Find the first, find the second. Great shots. If you found the third, then, well, fair play, but the nade was on its way. It was always looking like an LAG round. Irrelevant of Varsity's finding those 2 kills towards the end. The second shot, phenomenal, as you would expect from Alec, but irrelevant of that. LAG, really nice round. You find the first blood on the hook, you're chilling. No need to worry about it. LAG find themselves back in the lead once more.
And in the meantime, of course, we've talked a lot about the First Bloods. Fame, 10-5, already double-digit kills, so there's a lot of good going on both sides of the screen right now. And for what it's worth, 5 is the First Blood record. Accuracy, Afro, and Shotzi all tied in that top spot. I think Uke is already added his name, and if he gets one more, might be the king of the First Blood, at least for an individual map. And LAG maybe not working mid anymore. That has been Hook and Brezi's playground. RC is right now the lone defender on B.
Always just keeping an eye on number 5 on the minimap. See what play he's going to be making. Arcity's grenades not going to bother him a little bit too far away. Might have just tagged him up a little bit. Push now coming in here for LAG. Brezzy, is he going to read this cross? Yes, he is. Watching it from Dark. Boozer will find another. Arcity's not going to be able to quite clean that one up, but Brezzy is there to pick up the pieces. Assault left all on his own. They should be dead to rights. I've seen some 1v4s in my time. This one doesn't look like one whatsoever. Retreats back up, tries to get something going, but it's Seattle Surge said, boys, let's just get on with the next round.
And that's an interesting round as well, just for the fact that RCDs is defending the B site by himself with no trophy, and LAG just do not attack it at all. They take so long that Abuza, who's always watching over the A street, is back in the mix, and instead of just trying to overwhelm the lone defender out of sight, Surge able to get back in the action fast enough to take it as a full team, get Brezzy watching the cross as well. So a moment where LAG, if they had been aggressive, what could have been, but instead find themselves down 5-4, already down 1-0 in the series. Pressure very much on.
Looking for another Hook First Blood to solidify the win. Doesn't necessarily have the weight of the team on his shoulders, but definitely feels like he has been the catalyst on this map specifically. Really helping Surge out, and for the fact that he has found these First Bloods, Seattle Surge are there to thank him for it. Push over towards A is looking very, very likely here. A lot of pressure. LAG sitting tight.
Oh, wow.
Finds another.
Damn.
Wow. How on earth? He wouldn't even expect it, surely, for him to be there without getting the cross. He is now eventually going to make his way over towards the bomb site. Bomb was going down momentarily. Has to be careful, though, because Assault is there to find one. Hook gets taken down by Diamond Con, and Boozer is there to be able to find another 2 versus 2. Astro versus Diamond Con is not going to be able to do anything there, but Boozer and Arcity's now left in a 2 versus 1. They know exactly where he is. Shots coming in from both angles. They're surely just going to pinch this one. Here comes a Boozer. There goes the S&D. Seattle Surge. 2 to the good. Another First Blood coming in from Hook. And the round falls their way. A monstrous performance from Hook, which we believe is record-breaking. LAG, finding yourself 2 down.
Yeah, absolutely the record breaker. Hook doing it on that map. You have Fame, the connoisseur of electric creddy spots. You have Hook, the connoisseur of the First Blood. Yeah, no, the absolute reaper on map 2. Godlike performance there from Hook, and that's a little insane as well for how some of those clutches started, right? Astro clutches, I mean, I don't know if it's an effective 1v3, I think a 1 versus 2 where he killed 3 in the round. And even
LAG, you gotta do
it's
something.
The same thing, just another clutch by Fame killing RCDs as well. In spite of the clutches, the overwhelming force, we don't get to see it on the stat page,
LAG,
again,
like, this is the second time that
him and
LG have
always
just,
on
like,
point for the trades towards the
thrown
middle
away
of the map,
situations
and
where,
any opportunity that LAG had in any given round,
and multiple
was
times,
not
they've thrown
able to
away
execute.
so many
An
situations
interesting point as well.
where it's just
Another
like,
player
whoa,
that
what,
reacted
like,
the most in the
what,
player cams. I love
whoa,
being an
that's
armchair
not the
psychologist.
LG I
After
know.
that one loss was Diamond
And
Con,
then
not
they
able
just
to
throw
regain
away.
and bounce back from
They
that
throw all of
number
that
2.
away,
So,
and it's just.
we're talking about a bounce back front. LAG, bit of a pain point now. Karachi
Watch
control.
LAG just
The strongest map for
bumble
either
like that.
team.
Whoa.
Surge, maybe the only
Whoa.
optimistic
Change
thing
up
we had
something,
for them going
and
in the
like,
series was this
I mean, they
map, was
did.
how well they played against
I mean, they
Toronto.
did
Granted, still
by
for a
not
loss,
having
but
Astro
they're feeling
go
good now.
very aggressive.
Gotta be feeling really good. Map number 1 and map number 2, very, very close. But realistically speaking, you find yourself up if you are 2-0 for Seattle Surge. Things are looking good. Can they maybe get a win on the board after yesterday wasn't too hot? Things have turned around. A battle at the bottom a 6-pointer. May well just be 3 maps long. We've got map number 3 coming up right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable.
Okay.
I knew we were coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
That is so good.
That caught me off guard.
Oh, that's perfect. I mean, for those of you who don't know, it's not a this year thing. It might have been a last year thing where anytime we'd show like the production behind the scenes, there would always be like one joke on one like screen. It was always Fike that was doing it. So right before we were told we're going to Fike in the Observer Pit, I was like, he better have something good. That was perfect. That was absolutely fantastic. But, fight amongst a very large team of observers. John Prosper, Q, and Josh doing a fantastic job, as those guys always have. So it's been a very interesting year on the front from the observing crew, but through thick and thin, these guys very professional, getting the job done, as is Seattle Surge, up 2-0, defying all odds, a massive clutch in the map 1. And I mean, really, I don't know if you call it necessarily a massive clutch in map 2. They were getting clutched on, but overall, they just took over and dominated. Efficient search and destroy. Hook monster on the first blood front as well. So Surge right now on point, looking to deliver. They just need their third and final map.
A little bit of momentum seems to be helping them out, and we're heading into a map. Well, I mean, the records speak for themselves.
Not great, you know, it's been better.
Yeah, no, it has been better. But Seattle Surge yesterday will take some positivity. Trick shots off top 3 are not from scrap. Seattle Surge definitely giving them a game. They had to looking forward at one stage Ultra, and that will give Seattle Surge some confidence heading into this one, as will the previous 2 maps. To head over towards B pretty much instantaneously. Coming out from Seattle. I feel like round number 1's big. If they can find an attack to get things kicking, then all of a sudden, we're staring at a 3-0 potentially chance.
Oh, well, that is not a good start, right? RC's incredibly slow on that trade attempt, so Adam Assault able to gun you down, and really no map pressure or control, and now you're getting spawn killed. So as far as bad starts go, this is about the worst it can be. Assault's already getting damage in you off spawn. You can't even make it to a power position. Hook trying to clear house, can't get it done. Assault 3-0 off the rib, winning massive gunfights.
I may have cursed them. Good attacking round might have helped. Yeah, well, okay, well then here we go. They find 3 kills out of absolutely no.
Come back. Sorry about that.
Okay, I mean, this just makes absolutely no sense, but here we are. Brezzy now finding his way over towards the back alley, and well, LA Gorillas are gonna know exactly what's going on here. One of them jumps over, the second one should find the trade. Abuza's there for a good 2 though. Break coming through. B now completely free. It's going to be at least a 2-stack coming on through. LA Gorillas need to make a choice here, and it looks like the choice is to give it up.
I mean, this is, you look, a 1-5 control team versus a 1-5 control team on Karachi. That was the best start from LAG, that they got bodied immediately. They had, like, I think 3 different clean 4 downs just about working the way up. So, I mean, they're down on lives, they're down on zone, and now they have to defend the A zone for the next minute and 15 seconds. Not a massive amount of time right now for Surge to work with, but it is the easier zone. You imagine they can get it done. Kills like that are going to go a long way. No power position from LAG. Everybody coming off spawn.
A booster on a 6 spray as well. That's definitely going to help things out. Seattle Surge just seem to have the wind in their sails right now. Assault's going to get caught by Brezzy, would like to think. Yep, just about finishes off that gunfight, and all of a sudden you can start to find some presence into that A point. Hook's in here, he will be hard to get rid of. You got somebody over towards top 3 side, but DiamondCon's going to gun Arcides, and all of a sudden Hook has to be on a swivel for up top. The push going to start coming through. Astral will find one, and Hook should be dead almost instantaneously. Can find one, unless he can just do it all on his own. Not going to happen. 3 dead. 15 versus 11 in terms of the lives. Seattle Surge do have that buffer, and they still have time to find a push over towards it, but 2 ticks already in.
And those 2 ticks, I mean, again, there was like a minute and 17 on the clock before they started that progress, so maybe 30 seconds of game clock burned, and they're 2/3 of the way there. Adam Assault actually right now on the point in a bit of a mixy spot, but still decent on the defensive setup. I mean, you've kind of flipped the map like halfway on its head. Kills getting traded back and forth, but right now for Surge, they just want to keep the pressure on. They have just quartered up Adam Assault stuck on this zone.
Just looking in multiple different directions. Investment coming through from Abuza. Thinking that it's the right time to use it. Assault inside the point will find one. Brezzy is there to find the trade. Fam gonna be back down. That first tick. Well, final tickers just say it's starting to come on through, and no lives remaining now for the side of LAG. You've got to be absolutely perfect. The snap from Fame is anything but that. Seattle Surge, a big round number 1 to find the attack.
And I'm kind of surprised LAG couldn't quite get it done towards the end as well. Set themselves up, but Fame maybe backing down, trying to calm to his teammates where the guys in the hill are laying, but couldn't quite execute. And that is a big moment for Surge. Again, that was the worst possible opening break on offense that you could have. You were stuck in your spawn. And I think if DiamondCon honestly has covert sneakers on, maybe it goes different, but why would you on the opening break? You're not expecting to be sneaky, but what was originally perfection, absolute collapse, and that's around. That's almost been sort of the way the series has gone in a sense. Abuza on point as well in that round, but frankly, just across the board on Surge, everybody doing their job.
Abuza has been very, very good over the entire 3 maps that we have seen so far, though. Looking good for Seattle Surge to maybe try and find themselves a win here. It'll be a huge one. We were discussing the 6-pointer carry on in the middle of the break there, but we'll maybe save that for maybe another time when Estrel is inside a B all on his own. Does have a little bit of backup maybe coming, but the distraction tactic will work. A will now be getting work done from the side of Diamondcon and Fame. Hook putting some shots in, but I don't know how much Seattle Surge are going to be able to do about this without any kills. They're going to have to try and find some progress and find some positioning over towards the red side. Top 3, not going to happen. A pretty much got it.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 trophies on the zone as well, so there's no break opportunities in that direction, and that is off the back of Vestrial. Again, making that play over towards B, dragging the pressure, making the A cap nice and secure, so might be a long grueler of a defensive round. Surge very pushed up, though, so LAG, sort of a lot of players have been able to almost like walk through to get near the time, but it is an uncomfortable situation thinking you're free and clear. So yeah,
what's going on?
Everybody's scattered right now. It is a chaotic moment on this map. Fame the first one to strike and going to start the capture. So clock is going to be stopped. Surge for the moment out of the picture because LAG were allowed to walk straight through.
Okay, well here we are. One gunfight had happened before 2 players over from the LAG side got themselves into Diner, and all of a sudden this round has completely collapsed from Seattle Surge. It's going to be at least a 3-stack coming on through. One player does go down though, and Busa is able to find something. But is it going to be too little too late? Seattle Surge, you need Hoop to be sprinting forward right now and sprinting straight into gunfire. Somebody gets inside the point, not going to matter. Locked in.
A round from LAG.
That was such a weird round. I briefly forgot who was on offense and who was on defense because I was looking at it. I was like, well, LAG, they could just walk right to the zone, right? Like, that's how it's set up. And I was like, maybe they're on defense because of the way the arrows look. No, that's not what happened. Seattle Surge, again, we're talking about things they're connoisseurs of. Hook, First Bloods, and Search and Destroy, and just weird defensive control rounds. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird and it's consistent. I don't like a trend.
Yesterday, right?
It's happened every time I've watched these guys play control for the past 4 control maps. Yes.
It's strange because, I mean, what they're doing on that defensive side, you know, getting a bit more presence over towards front ready, you know, being aggressive with the defense is great, but, I mean, you have to make sure that you have all bases covered, and then you win your gunfights if somebody does slip by, which they just are not able to do. Seattle Surge now pushing over towards this A side. Already one tick about to go through.
More than a month. We know what.
Ton, are you there? I might be lagging out. What's going on?
I think it might be our feed that we currently have right now. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'll just make it. I didn't know if that was me, if that was you. I can sort of see this stuff is going on right now, but I don't know. We can try to commentate this. I don't know what you're working with, but I got 3.5 pixels. I do know that LAG have a ton of presence on the map. I'm seeing Fame win gunfights, potential flanks going through to stop this A zone. Well,
first
Fame is going to be taken.
Yeah, then I tried to use the second one and it didn't barely work.
Really keeping that pressure on.
And she did the same thing where she was like,
our communications were just bugging out for a certain degree. Yeah, I'm also with you on a couple of pixels, but we can get a general gist. Look, Seattle point is secured. We can see that. No problem whatsoever. Looking like it is going to be LAG with plenty of control over towards that B side. Should be able to lock this in on the defensive front at least anyway. Can Seattle Surge maybe
like I tried to put it, it said to put it between the shoulders, shoulder blades.
Not bad setup from LAG, from what I can tell.
I mean, yeah. Look good. Number 2 on the mini-map, still being incredibly annoying over by, like, Chicken Coop side of the map as well, picking up kills on Hook. So, absolute nuisance on the map. LAG. Just to
I know a bunch of stuff.
A decent bit of time to try
Hold on, chat. I need to
Estriel,
help my brother.
Not making it easy for anybody. Arcades does get the trade and maybe open up a little bit of pressure over towards the B zone, but not all of it. Diamondcon on that back line. Able to make sure you keep things under lock and key. Maybe a hoop flank coming through as well, but everything for the moment getting red at LAG. Nice and stable, under control.
For now. In a prime spot. Lives in their favor by about 4 or 5. Push going to start coming through. Ezreal's going to win that one. Not be able to find the second. Ezreal will fall down. Diamondcon trying to lock down from his side. The point can't seem to find it. The shot's starting to come through Fame. Trying to stay alive over towards the red side. If you're Estrel, you need to find something here. Seattle Surge do have bodies inside the point. The next couple of gunfights are going to be absolutely massive. Contest comes through. Shots in from a solid. We'll start to slow this down. Seattle Surge, though, starting to posture, starting to find a bit more map control.
What an angle, too. Yeah, good timing on like the little belly crawl. Brezzy might be the guy making the play on the dumpster as well. Fries him. Slam. Back alley. Chal is there. Brezzy making plays. The floodgates are open for everybody else to fill in. Surge. They made it to the zone. The kills are flowing their way. They got the bodies on point. Everything going right. LAG, only one player making it out. Can they do it with any sort of kills? The zone nearly done. The contest is in, but is it going to be enough? Players on the back line gone, and Brezzy and Surge out here making plays.
Fantastic work coming in from Brezzy. Breaks it open with the help of his teammates. Finds the 3 inside the point, though, and that makes the difference. Big plays coming in from Brezzy. Seattle Surge 1 round away from finding themselves a 3-0 win against LAG, but plenty of Call of Duty to potentially left to be played here. Not sure which way this one goes, but for LAG, you need to find something. Over towards the attacking side for them. They were able to find it last time. Seattle Surge, if they can be tighter on these defenses, they will win this series. It's as simple as that.
Well, they certainly have extra help in this one, right? You got Arcides with the cruise missile in hand. He finished that round on a spree. Brezzy sets him up. Arcides knocks it down. So a cruise missile on this map could be utterly devastating. You do have to be on point when you want a timeout to call. You don't want to lose a 3v14. That would be awkward. So Arcides needs to stay on top of things. In the meantime, Brezzy, nice little first blood towards the middle of the map. Get him off the zone and just continue to be annoying on the defensive end. LAG, more or less, are going to be stuck in their spawn.
Tricky spot now for LAG. Can they turn it around here? Because look, realistically, they would have been coming into this game thinking to themselves, this is a very good opportunity to try and find a win. But Seattle Surge, same can be said for them, and they have taken the opportunity with both hands so far. Losing it at this moment in time, though. Brezzy now on the flank is not going to be able to find anything, but I don't mind the fact that he's dipping out just to try and be a nuisance. Now everybody else is going to start converging over towards the point. Hook's going to try and do something. He can do a lot. Arcides streak coming in. You're losing it. Not for long. Bomb hits. Good job from Seattle Surge. That was 3 dead momentarily, and all of a sudden, LA Gorillas back to square one.
And it's just like successful annoyance, right? You're just fighting off spawn and fighting off spawn, running into hook, power positions. You don't got them. If you want to go through junk, you're going to get picked apart. Surge right now, the stranglehold on the map is in. Fame in the meantime, can't remember when he even got this cruise. Might have been round 1. Invests it here, takes down Arcides, and opens up a bit of pressure on the map. But LAG have to execute off of this. I mean, 20 seconds left on the game clock, but looks like that A zone is going to be secure. So use the investment of the cruise.
How to
buy yourself a little bit of a lifeline opportunity. Minute and 20 right now from LG to work with.
3 kills just fly through again, though, out of absolutely nothing. Abuza is left alive and kicking for Seattle Surge, and all of a sudden, LA Gorillas can potentially smell blood here. Abuza's now dealt with everybody coming in off the respawn. Assault will find himself up top. The kill starting to flow once again. These attacking rounds have just been so simple for teams to try and find. The gunfights working in their favor. Seattle Surge do have bodies over towards this point. They're going to find the gunfights as well. Brezzy, Abuza combining well, but Assault from behind is never going to be a good thing. Oh, Hook turns at the right time. Fame is able to find a kill. Seattle Surge do have some numbers to potentially do something about this. But they just about shut the attack down. Fame is the only one who's made it through. He's momentarily all on his own. Brezzy will find 2, though, so no reinforcements just yet.
I mean, he's the guy you want in this position. He's got 28 kills, but he just does not have any help. He's calling everybody out, but the reinforcements never there. Arcides through explosions finding extra kills. And right now, LAG just desperate to find any opening on square one, and just 12 seconds left on the game clock. You got to flood straight through. This is looking like a Surge 3-0.
Let's go. Can we find it? LA Gorillas, you need to find a breakthrough. But Hook up top just shutting it down, and that may well be the game. Nobody there from LAG. Seattle
I don't know what happened to LAG. How do you get
a monumental win for them in their
like season. How do you just let that happen?
Up and running. It's a good start from the Seattle Surge on the win column. 3-0 against LAG.
Getting the job done. 2 teams may be on a downward spiral. An opportunity to stop the bleeding. Surge execute. And honestly, predictions be damned. I think that might have been one of the more lopsided LAG sort of picked wins.
LAG, what the fuck are you doing?
Change to switch the pick. So it was a great call in those final moments. But I mean, Surge, gotta tip the cap. They were down bad in that first hard point. It was a long run comeback that they had to orchestrate. They get the job done. executing round after round in search and destroy as well. And again, the shining light that we thought was going to be for this team, the Karachi Control. Maybe one awkward round, a little bit strange, doesn't matter. Got the job done, 3-1 victory, and great work really just across the board. Brezzy especially, 4,600 damage, 25 kills, really opened up the map for the teammates, and obviously Arcety's map got opened up for him, slams in the end, right? 4,200 damage, gets a cruise missile, so teamwork right there from Surge. One of the better series they've played, certainly in quite some time.
100%. Really good win coming in from them. I mean, it raises the question, you know, we were talking about LAG after that first map, felt like they were in control the majority of the time, and all of a sudden they lose it. Alpha 1 break over towards P2, and then from there the series just did not go their way. Back to the drawing board for the side of LAG, but a very, very good performance coming in from Seattle Surge. And Ant was right, the quick last second change up working out for Ant. Love to see it for Nameless.
Yeah.
You like that?
Staying 2 in front of me. I'm catching up tomorrow, but that was wild out of you. How did you see this coming?
I mean, well, we were talking about the match, like the map pull for LAG. LAG's been regressing like crazy, and honestly, Seattle's match that they had versus Toronto, they did play them pretty tight in a couple of the respawns. So I just feel like there was some opportunity in this one, and if Seattle came out playing free, playing loose, you know, correcting some of their mistakes, that they had big opportunities in the series, and they did that, especially in the control. Like, they controlled the pace of play throughout this entire map. Like, that's something we haven't seen from this roster since the major. Really exciting to see Seattle showing some fight, not giving.
And it's great to see Brezzy having one of his best performances. He led the team in damage as well as KD in that final map. But Ali, if LAG doesn't fold map 1 in the final minute, do you think LAG wins this series? Did they get mentally boomed?
I think that's the most important map of the series, was definitely that map number 1. I think for the fact that Seattle Surge was able to rally at the very, very end. It was Hook and Abuza going on sprees. Hook went on a 3, Abuza went on a 7, and they were able to lock down that P2 for the victory. I think if LAG don't kind of choke their lead there and maybe force map number 4, we could
They
see
were
a
just
game 5.
block Kitty from getting in there.
On the flip side, like, Seattle Surge really needed this, right? They really needed this win. Even in the pregame that we were talking about, like, it's hard to give them any sort of inch. Well, now they have taken a mile.
Seattle Surge get their first win. They're right there alongside LA Thieves and Carolina at 1 and 3. So still very much in the mix, fighting for a top 8 spot. LAG at the bottom of the leaderboard for now. Right now, though, we have our Monster Winner Spotlight, and this is going to make our executive producer, John Fenton, very excited, because Brezzy is joining the show for the first time live. My guy, how are we feeling? You got the dub.
I'm feeling great. Like, just it's an amazing feeling, first win, and just amazing, guys.
Brezzy, I want to ask you, obviously, this is our first time getting to talk to you since you've, joined the league. I want to know a little bit about you as a player, what your play style is like, and what you're hoping to bring to Seattle, who obviously, when you were added into this camp, was already struggling.
Yes, I mean, obviously with this move, Jordan was a flex before with Early, and now he switched to an AR, like second AR with Alec. And me, I'm just playing my role, so flex. I'm the second sub with Skyler, and I try just to fit them on the map. If I need to switch with an AR, I do it, and pretty much that's it.
Brezzy, I know it's probably been a bit difficult to block out the noise, but how has practice been? I know there's so much that you guys feel like you probably had to work on after these last few matches. What have you guys been focusing in on whilst also blocking out the noise from the critics?
Obviously, our practice looked pretty good. Maybe it surprised some people, but just in match, we are playing slower. I guess that's maybe normal. As a team in a match with pressure, to play slower. Obviously, it was not the best stat. We started this in our N3, but we tried to just look forward and to learn from every loss. And I'm really glad we took every loss in a good way as a team. And I'm just really glad we won that and we showed what we are capable of.
That's really great to hear. You guys are staying positive. You need this because this is just Major 2 coming up. We're here for 5 of them. We could be in for a long season. Brezzy, could I ask you a question about in-game and your teammates? If you had a race on the map Karachi, who can contend with Hook for that first place?
What do you mean, the race?
He's very fast.
Use just another one?
Who is the second fastest on your team?
I mean, that's probably me, just because I'm the someone sub. It just looks normal, probably me. Or maybe Jordan is he's a fast AR, so him or Jordan.
Fair enough.
We have Antoine asking, are you French? And Sam Tactical wants to know, what's your favorite game mode?
Probably our points, because there's a lot of things like to learn about it. Like there's so many situations, like so many holds, so many breaks. Like it's a game mode like you literally learn from it like every day, and it's just so interesting for me. So I'd say our point.
Final question for you. This is for everybody back overseas watching you. What is it about France? Why are they starting to put out some Call of Duty's best players on the planet?
I don't know. I don't know. We were always good, like in gunfights in the past, but like our team play wasn't great. Maybe like you probably know his name, like Gotaga, and
legend, by the way.
I mean, yeah, I cannot tell you. I don't know, but like yeah, we look great, like Lanes, Hydra, and probably like some more maybe in the future.
It's good to see, man. Hopefully we get even more coming over. Congratulations on your first win with Seattle Surge.
Thanks, guys.
Great to talk with the man. He's been around since Black Ops 4 in the competitive scene at a pro level, gets his chance with Surge, and today he shows his worth. Brezi's team, though, they mounted an insane comeback. That is our scuffed play of the game. Let's walk everyone through the final moments here of game number 1 out.
Yep, it's Seattle Surge. This is game number 1 again, like I said. So this is Brezi. He goes on a 3 spree here at the tail end of P1, just setting up his team for success over at P2. If you look at the minimap, LAG is all on top of it. They want to end the game here. They only need 6 seconds, but it's Hook the Nuke that comes from Fire Truck, goes on a 7 spree. Abuza gets on a 6 spree, and they break up this perfect hold from LAG to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that wonderful transition. We see teams when they're able to get over from P1 inside of top red, when they're able to just spawn the team back milk truck. As long as you execute it properly, like this is guaranteed time. And the play by Hook was honestly massive. He lays down bottom arches, just plays for the timing, finds 2, and the game is just over from there. It's a great transition play out of Seattle Surge.
And I love the emotion. You got a smiling Alec, but more importantly, Hook getting fired up. He doesn't show a ton of emotion. When he does, good things are happening on your squad. We got to recap the whole day, though, because we had 3 matches on this day. Let's wind it all the way back to where I look smarter than Ant, picking Vegas to take down Boston Breach. Boston not finding any success today, despite some heroics and search and destroy from guys like Snoopy.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boston Breach, I think this is another situation where that map 1 seriously hurt them, similar to our last series of the day. It was a 250 to 244 nail biter. In the second set, Boston kind of forced their way back into the game. Slasher was popping off on P1, but it was the Vegas Legion, and it was Nero who has found so much consistency during this Major 2 qualifiers. I'm going to be honest, Nero's a player that I did never expect to get consistent. I knew what he was possible of doing, what he was capable of doing, but to do it on a consistent level, I didn't know if he could reach that, and he's proved me completely wrong during this.
And he showboated a little bit. He threw up the 3-0 on the camera at the end.
He did, yeah, and you know, Ali, I echo that because with a playstyle like that, it's difficult to be consistent, but they're playing around him, and honestly, that's why I give so much credit to Purge, because I know what it's like to be on a pro team and be the guy that's like has to do all the dirty work, try to get on the hills, baiting for the players. Like, it's a difficult task, and it allows players like Attached Nero to have pop up.
Selfless play leads to a Vegas victory. Optic Texas, though, well, they just let their stars shine. You saw Shotzzy dropping some career highs, including a new hardpoint record of 43 kills. Optic now 4-0, looking like a legit threat for the Major 2 title.
6,700 damage is what Shotzzy was able to pull off in map 4 alone on Rio. Ant said it earlier, I would be incredibly shocked if anybody tries to go head-to-head with Optic Texas on Rio hardpoint from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, Optic Texas, like, still search and destroy map was something that they're working on in some of those situations. He said that he felt they were lagging out during that map, so what he means by that is that they just dropped the ball. Like, anything that they talked about, it just didn't go their way, so expect them to continue to work on their search and destroy, but as far as respawn goes, yeah, they were closer, but just the spawn knowledge and some of the prioritization of the right hills at Optic impressed me today. Carolina is a good HP team. Still was a huge win.
I was going to say, for Carolina, are they close to finding that success? It seems that they've taken some of the top teams the distance. They just can't seal the deal, including that Game 5 against Subliners.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, this is a top-heavy league. We have, like, literal superstar god squads in this league, right? So you're starting from scratch if you're a team like Carolina Royal Ravens, and they're finding their way. I think they're a legitimate threat to be a dark horse.
Let's see who is the Lakers of the CDL. At least paying their players well. I think Optic has to be up there as we show you the standings, right? We got Optic at 4-0, Toronto 4-0, Subliners 4-0. Vegas Legion improved to 3-1 now, Allie.
Yeah, now they're sitting at fourth. They jump Atlanta FaZe, now sitting in fifth spot. But again, Atlanta hasn't played a fourth match yet, whereas Vegas Legion has. And then Optic Texas 3-0, looking to possibly battle for that top 2 spot.
If you want to watch them all live, you can join us in Miami. We are headed down south for Major 2 presented by GamerG. Join us in Miami.
Yeah, this
hosted by the Heretics. That is definitely
yeah, LG. They need. I understand that they know each other, and then they like their friendship is
so
powerful.
A complete turnaround from what we saw in the last.
Right now, it's just the weakness is showing on this team. It's just like I just don't see how LG can improve themselves with this state of the team. Those matches are going to be very interesting.
Chat, let us know which one of those games goes to a game 5. It's been blowouts here on Friday and Saturday.
It's going to be
things get even more interesting.
those matches are going to be interesting for tomorrow.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He tomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Oh God, I'm picking up their guns. I'm running them with their own.
Okay, wait. Yeah, wait. Yo, what's your build? Hold up. What do you?
Well, that's we have for today, everyone. Won't be doing a. Unfortunately, I won't be doing a aftermath party just because gonna just try to focus. Just gonna try to do a bit of my homework. So tomorrow, New York, Miami. That one's gonna be one-sided. Toronto, Atlanta. That's gonna be a good battle. And then LA Thieves versus Minnesota. That's hope that Thieves can come out hot and beat Minnesota, but we'll see. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Gonna be it for today's chat. I will be as y'all probably saw on my YouTube channel. I have the next watch party scheduled for tomorrow. I'm still gonna probably be doing a aftermath party after the I'm gonna do an aftermath stream after the watch party, but it's gonna. Well, we will see. Make sure you all go check out my socials right here, everyone. And do make sure you check out my Twitch as well. Oh, since I mainly stream on Twitch, click the link below, and in order to get access, or just go down to the description and click on the link on my Twitch stream. And check out the sponsors that my esports org that I'm a part of also is sponsored by, and check out our merch line as well. Or if you want to support our our esports or Godslayers, make sure you do by purchasing one of our by checking out our merch if you want, and our merch looks badass. Make sure you do buy our merch. Anyways, y'all, that's gonna be it for today, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow.